Okay, see if that works. Right. Start that. This is what happens when you haven't been streaming for a couple of weeks. And yes, no? Cool. Okay, good. So hopefully everything works well. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's odd. It should show up the other one as well. Give me a moment. Huh. Odd. Okay, that one works. Okay. Weird. Okay, now it comes up. Okay. Anyway. Hi. Things are somewhat organized. Yeah, I have made it back, as you can tell. No stream this past Tuesday, so like a week ago, because I was going to be leaving town Thursday morning at 6 a.m. So I had to be out of the house before 6 because I was meeting up with people and leaving from a central location at 6 in the morning. And so, because one of my jobs is doing overnight shifts, and they're 11 to 7, leaving at 6 in the morning on Thursday, which would be the Wednesday night shift. I couldn't do Wednesday night. And since our work week is basically Monday to Sunday, I basically had to do Monday night and Tuesday night as the only days I'd have available to do my shift. So I had to do Monday night and Tuesday night. And then from there, from there I would be doing and so I'd basically have Wednesday off to do whatever I needed to do before leaving bright and early on Thursday morning to head to Montreal. And so surprise, surprise, I survived Montreal. And I had fun. I always have fun doing conventions, like even when it's from the point of view of somebody working the retail booth. I always have fun. And I enjoy having an excuse to go to Montreal. And some people like it. Some people like to whine and complain. Deal with it. Oh no, I'm going somewhere that's not somewhere I'm used to being. Try it. Anyway. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That being said, we got there. We got setup done faster than I expected. We got teardown. I was expecting 3 or 4 hours to do teardown. We were done in like an hour and a half. We were back before midnight Sunday night. If I was the kind of person that could actually turn around and do like, you know, only have a few hours sleep and then work for like 18 hours or whatever, I could have gone on my shift. I would have been, say an hour late for doing Sunday night, but I could have done Sunday night, you know, on top. Yeah, I'm not going to muck around with that. Like I said, I expected we'd be getting back like 1 or 2 in the morning. So I had already compensated for that. Anyway, um, but yes, now that I'm back, I would have handled Apocalypse, you know, last weekend. That wasn't going to happen because I had to work instead. That being said, my next one, two, three, four. It's probably going to be about 4 weeks that will run into the same problem. So the stream that starts 6 p.m. Eastern time on the night of August 5th, we're probably running into the same thing. Pay period ends here. This and this is one. Yeah, we'll probably run into the same thing there. And then again, back to Montreal for that for Otaku-san. If you get a chance to go, great. Um, the typical, convention type stuff will be going on there. Has it got a thing here about vendors or no? Might be under exhibition. Yeah, probably. Dealers area, click here. Oh, wow. That's it? That's actually less expensive than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I do not see any quick and easy way to find out who is going to be there in terms of what retailers. Then again, it's still some time before it goes on. But if you get a chance to go to Montreal for the weekend of August, August 8th to 10th, um I'm expecting to be there unless, things hit the fan. But yeah, anyway. And then 2 weeks later is Fan Expo, and that's a full 4-day event. Oh wow, Michael J. Fox is gonna. William Shatner. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that he's gonna be back. He was actually at Montreal for Montreal Comic Con, so I guess I shouldn't be completely surprised. Mike Tyson, that's kind of entertaining. Jodie Whittaker, Christopher Lloyd, Heather Locklear. I remember she used to be a really big thing back in the day. Michael Rosenbaum, Ron Perlman. Wow. Catherine Tate. There's actually a lot of names that I recognize on this list, which is a little surprising because when I saw the list, like, because of stuff that I am interested in, there tends to be, a relatively small list of names that I recognize, and I'm looking at this and it's like, hey Yargo, Yargo, are you here to bargle? But yeah, I don't know if you noticed or not. No stream last week because I had to be ready for Montreal Comic Con, which was this past weekend, and that was fun. Um, and I have been asked by my LGS if I'm able to make it to Otaku-san, which again will be in Montreal in about 4 weeks. And then 2 weeks after that will be Fan Expo in Toronto. And I'm from the Toronto area, so that's relatively easy to get to. Ooh. Sorry to hear that, mate. I hope I know when my father passed away, he was in his 80s. This is about a decade ago. Um, I was, my brain was ready for it, but the rest, like, I know I still have to properly grieve for it. So, um, I hope I hope what you and your family have to go through for it is in that context. I hope it's easier on you. Um, yeah, death in the family is never a fun time. I hope you guys. I hope you're able to. Um, I hope you're able to get your grieving out in a way that's useful for everyone involved. um, no, I get it. I get it. I hope your grieving's able, like, you guys are able to grieve in a way that's useful for everyone involved, but you're able to move on relatively. Like, I don't want you to, like, I, cause you know how some people are, it's like, it'll take them, like, 10 years or more to be able to move on with their life. Oh, oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, the one thing I noticed when I pulled this up is for stuff that is exactly white in the set, there's only 12 cards, so I'm going to be covering all of them. And Helionaut, I remember thinking Helionaut was so cool when it came out because how often do you actually see actual mana fixing in white of any sort? Like you get Fairlight Priest, which can filter some stuff into white. Yeah, Tarkir Dragonstorm had them for the relevant, the devotees had them for the relevant clans. And highly unusual, though in that case, there it kind of makes sense, but it's still weird. It's kind of like giving green flyers, and if you're playing heavily with dragons, then every color's got to get its own dragons, and then green gets, big chunky flying boys. But beyond that, green doesn't really get flying creatures. So Helionaut, I saw that. I saw the same sort of thing. Like, this is something that white doesn't get. Yeah, kinda. And if you're playing, like, especially if you're just playing with commons, like, a bunch of my decks are, as I know I've mentioned to you, I'm sure you're aware of this. Um, and you decide you really want to go like 3 colors. If you're not playing green, Helionaut's going to do a lot of heavy lifting. If you're nowadays, I would say if you're going 3 colors and you're not playing green and you're playing with just commons, you probably want to go wedge because that gives you access to Helionaut and access to, I think it's the uh, Mardu devotee or the Jeskai devotee. Or actually, no, you could get white, green, black, Abzan devotee. One of those 3. No, you want the one that's centered on white. You want Mardu. Oh yeah. Also, the fact that it's flying, it has flying, is not to be overlooked. Because that will actually, the fact that it's a relatively inexpensive flying creature is not to be overlooked. Plus, I will point out, it does have 2 relevant creature types. I think it's better than most people give it credit for. I think it does more than most people give it credit for. It's generally not at the top of most people's list, but it's still like depending on what kind of on what you need, you may turn around and find Helionaut and go, that is actually exactly the kind of effect I need. I think back then I would have preferred it to be a 2/2 or a 1/3, but either way, I'm like, especially when you're looking at a deck that's heavy on white and want to be able to splash for kicker costs, Helionaut would have been a great pickup. False Dawn. Yep. Good luck, mate. And very, very much good luck to you and your family dealing with what happened. False Dawn, now that, what do you call it? Panoptic Mirror has been unbanned. And I think it's on the game changer list, but now that it's been unleashed onto Commander, because it's been banned for a very, very long time. Like well over a decade, probably more like 20 years. False Dawn, you put that on Panoptic Mirror, you end up with 2 things. One, you're drawing an extra card every turn. 2, you basically get to cast anything as though it's basically you get to treat anything as though it's a white card. I will point out, however, that it only affects like colored mana symbols, like colored costs. So you're not going to be able to replace the, like, for example, Eldrazi Displacer has a cost here that involves a colorless mana symbol, and you have to specifically represent. You have to specifically have colorless mana for it. False Dawn is not going to help with that. But anywhere where you have a colored mana symbol for a cost, you get to spend white mana as though it were that color. And that helps with mana generation and with spending the mana. But in combination with Panoptic Mirror, the worst that is, tap 2, draw a card. By the way, you're not going to, apart from colorless mana symbols, you're not going to have mana issues. Incidentally, this says if something would add colored mana, it adds white mana instead. Soul Ring will still produce colorless mana. Deca Sanctuary. There's a cycle of sanctuaries. This Apocalypse, from what I remember, is basically realistically the first set that really cared about like one color and the 2 that oppose it. Let's see if I can pull up Magic the Gathering card back. Open image, a new tab. This is a pentagram shape, obviously. You can kind of think of it like a circle. Basically, you grab one color, draw a line straight down the middle, and the 2 that are closest to the middle on the opposite side are your opposing colors. So white gets red and black. Blue, draw a straight line through here. You get, on this side, you get red and green. Black, straight line through. You get white and green. Red, straight line through the middle. You get white and blue. Green, straight line through the center. You get blue and black. So every color has 2 that oppose it. The sanctuaries, well, sure, let's try this again. Wedges are basically the 3 color combinations that are the 1 color plus the 2 that oppose it. That's a wedge because if you look at it, it basically makes a triangle. It's like a triangle shape. Of like a wedge of cheese, for example. You can think about it that way. Or when people are cutting cake, it's not unheard of for somebody to say it's being cut into wedges. Apocalypse really was the first set that actually cared about wedges. There's previous sets that did something to do with it, but this was like a big deal. I think prior to then, I was just trying to show off the different options for multicolored, multicolor combinations, and now it's like, no, this is a wedge. This is a big thing that we're basing the set around. Okay. And originally, you see something like Dega Sanctuary. It's like, well, where did Mardu come from? And, Mardu and Abzan and all of that. Well, those came much later when we got Konzatark here. And so typically, when we were referring to the three color combination, in this case, I'll be talking about white, black, and red. We would either say, white, black, red, or, WBR is how we might write it down. Or we might use the name that came up from things like the sanctuaries. In this case, Dega. Only a couple of those really felt like they actually stuck. Like Necra was, I think, black, which would make it basically Abzan. Black, white, and green, I think. Anna, I think, was base blue. But for the most part, we would just, like, you'd get, like, Grixis commonly got written down as, I think it was Grixis, no. Teamer, sorry, commonly got written down as bug because it made a word. B for black, U for blue, because that's the common abbreviation, the common single letter abbreviation for blue. And G for green. No, that wasn't Teamer, that was, sorry, Sultai. And Teamer got rug, same reasoning. It's just R for red. R, red, blue, green. So basically blue, green plus black gave you bug. Blue, green plus red gave you rug. But a lot of the other ones would just get like, here's your three letters to describe what colors, you would write it out as just simply, WGU or WG or GWU. I think eventually was the common way that you'd see it, etc., etc. Which we'd eventually call band. But we wouldn't have actual proper names that people realistically used for three color combinations until we got Shards of Alara, where the shards were a big deal. And a lot of cards had the relevant shard name. And Konzatark here, which held the wedges, where a lot of cards had the relevant wedge name. Anyway. But back in the day, if you were to use a name for the three color combination that was white, red, and black, it was Dega, which is where these came from. So, beginning of your upkeep, if you control a red or black permanent, you gain 2 life. If you've got both, one of each, you gain 4. Being able to come up with permanents that have the other 2 colors is not difficult, even if you're playing mono, because, like, let's go to my mono green burn deck for a sec, which, again, still needs some work. However, I have, this is a mono green deck that has 5 cards whose job it is there specifically is to make tokens that are white or red. They're allowed to be other colors, they just have to be at least white or red. And, you're looking at, I've got 5 cards that fit in a mono green deck that can make tokens that are red or white. You're playing a white deck. You want to make a black token of something or a red token of something. You might have to go to artifacts to do it, but it's not that difficult. You know, like there's Sarpadian Empires Volume 7. Incidentally, this is a hilarious note. If you're naming white, you're making citizen tokens. If you're blue, makes Cameron. Black tokens are thralls. If you do red, you're making goblin tokens, and green gets sapperlings. While 4 of these tokens have since been printed, no Cameron token has ever been printed. They need to make Cameron tokens still. Anyway, that being said, that is an easy way to get a token of the relevant color in a play that you can toss in a mono white deck. It's not the only way, it's not the easiest way, but it is a way to do it. And red and black should be relatively easy to do, because if you want something that makes goblin tokens, for example, they're generally going to be red. And if you want something that makes, and if you're looking at something where you pay life, the token that you're making is probably black. Phyrexian Processor, for example, comes to mind. 4 mana, as it enters, pay any amount of life. 4 tap, create an XX black Phyrexian minion creature token where X is the amount of life paid as this artifact entered. Basically, the token's as big as the amount of life that you paid. In a commander game, it's not completely unreasonable to pay, 10 life. And then you start making, you go 4 tap, make 10 10s. But that's probably the easiest way to come up with a token, or just a black permanent in general, in a mono white deck. Red is the one that might require a little more work, but there are ways to do it. This will check on your upkeep if you control at least 1. I believe when the ability goes to resolve is when it checks. It'll check again. And then it'll say, oh, you have both. Okay, well then you gain 4. Again, this is one of those cards where it's there to gain you life. Which is more important? A number of small instances of gaining life, or less instances of gaining more life. If you're to gain 10 life during the course of a turn, which is more relevant to your deck? Gain 10 life at once, or 10 instances of gaining 1 life each? This, I believe, would fit more into the, into the second camp, because this happens every turn, like each of your turns. You're getting a small amount of life, but it's a consistent life gain trigger. A card like a Johnny's Pridemate, if you were playing a black-white life gain deck, a black-white deck that cares about gaining life, and you're running a card like Bloodthirsty Aerialist. Incidentally, most people do not realize this art is upside down. she should actually be turned, the art should actually be turned 180 degrees. If you're able to do that on your phone or your monitor or whatever, you'll see what it looks like, and now some of this makes more sense because whatever this is a thing that's dangling. These are, you know, I mean, I want to say curtains. They're not curtains or drapes, but they're like, they're part of her costume. They're not supposed to be coming down upward. They're supposed to be coming down towards the floor, which means she's upside down. These are candles that, no, they're not candles that are pointing down. They're candles that are pointing up. The picture is upside down. I don't know if they realized that when they put the art on the card. I'm sure the artist knew. I'm not sure the people sending it to print did. Anyway, if you have a card like that, you're going to want a card along the lines of Dega Sanctuary, something that will regularly gain you life every turn. So, are you playing a life gain deck? Consider a card of a nature like Dega Sanctuary. If you're also playing red in that deck, for whatever reason, then yeah, it's conceivable that you might actually want Dega Sanctuary. You can gain a reasonable amount of life every turn. I wouldn't play it in most decks, but I'd be looking at, if I know if I'm building a Abzan, I know if I'm building a deck that cares about gaining life, something Soul Sisters based or whatever. Am I playing like am I playing red or black in addition to white? I might want to think about. If I'm playing both, then then suddenly Dega Sanctuary ends up being a lot more relevant. Coalition Honor Guard sees a small amount of Pauper play. The 1 mana 1/1 version is more relevant in Pauper. This is basically a 4 mana 2/4 at common that says, oh, you try and target something? You have to target at least this. What? You have to target at least this. What do you mean? So, if something has, let's say, 3 targets. Actually, let's go for another card that existed around this time frame. Let's go with Hull Breach. No, sorry, not Hull Breach. Decimate. Let's go for the original print. There's nothing wrong with the others. It's just I want to go for the original print, which we'll be covering in a couple more episodes. Decimate. You need to be able to target an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a land with it. Barring shenanigans, that means if you want to cast this and a card like Coalition Honor Guard is sitting out, Coalition Honor Guard is going to be the creature that you have to target. You're still free to choose whatever artifact, enchantment, and land you want, but you have to target a creature, and again, barring shenanigans like Mycosynth Lattice, turning everything into artifacts, or Enchanted Evening, turning everything into an enchantment, or stuff of that nature. you have to target Coalition Honor Guard as one of the things. You have to choose Coalition Honor Guard as one of the targets. Now, why is it that way? You have to target at least one flag bearer. Flag bearer is a creature type. If this is in play and there's anything that's got changeling, they don't have to target this. They can target one of the changelings. The honor guard stays. This also only affects opponents casting or activating stuff. You are free to do whatever you want. Your opponents, on the other hand, have to choose at least one flag bearer. Now, to be fair, there's a lot of changelings that see play just as a matter of course, because the fact that they're a changeling doesn't matter. The rest of what they are is relevant. So, Changeling Outcast, for example. The fact that it's got Changeling doesn't actually matter. It can't block and it can't be blocked. Relevant to that is it can't be blocked, so people are going to load, people are going to use it to make sure they can get damage through of one type or another. And, with curiosity to draw extra cards, with grafted skullcap, not skullcap, grafted exoskeleton to deal poison damage or something. So there's Changeling Outcast. There's that one that sees play in elf decks all the time. It's a shapeshifter. With the changeling type. But when it comes into play, you can exile a card from your graveyard. I can't remember the name of it. Type no. Changeling, mana value less than 4, mana value greater than 1. Because it's either a 2-drop or a 3-drop. ID equal green, exile, graveyard, artifact, enchantment. Masked Vandal. Often sees play in elf decks because it has changeling. It's an elf in all zones. Comes into play, you can exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, you blow up. It's basically naturalize, but exile. It's basically exile naturalize. Oh wow. Huh. Anyway. So there's a few changelings that see play just as a matter of course. Well, with one of these out, anytime your opponent tries to cast a spell or activate an ability, if it has targets, they have to target something that either has the flag bearer type, which this does, or is a flag bearer due to other reasons, such as having changeling. That being said, Maskwood Nexus, if somebody's got Maskwood Nexus in play, suddenly everything they have is a flag bearer. So their stuff can be targeted, no problem. Again, there are times when creature type is relevant. Yeah, I expect this to see some amount of commander play if you want an inexpensive way to protect some of your creatures. Again, there's another version of it that will come to soon. Coalition flag. Coalition flag is basically one mana aura that does what coalition honor guard. It basically takes what coalition honor guard is and gives that to any creature. So hilariously, you can turn around and throw this on somebody else's general and go, hey, by the way, this is a flag bearer and it has that fun little flag bearer ability now. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a flag bearer. It's got that fun little flag bearer ability. So, if you need to choose a creature or permanent or whatever, you have to choose a flag bearer. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to kill your general because it's the only flag bearer in play. So it's kind of a delayed removal spell. Um, yeah, would would have no problem playing a card like this over a card like Pacifism. Although Pacifism has been power crept out, finally. I can't believe how long it's taken to actually power creep out Pacifism itself. But anyway. uh, would not complain if somebody played something like that. I'm like, wait, you're doing what? Okay, that's completely unexpected. I'm all for it. Go for it. Enlistment officer. Are you playing soldiers? You should run enlistment officer. 4 mana for 2/3 first strike. I would say you're paying 3 mana for that. You're paying an extra mana for its come into play ability. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all the soldiers revealed this way in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Which means you get to sort the order they go in. You don't have to shuffle and put them on the bottom. No, you can go, no, okay, this one, and then this one, and then this one, and I keep this one. Or whatever. However it turns out. um, Also, the fact that this is a come into play ability. Sorry, enter the battlefield ability. Means that you can use cards like Eldrazi Displacer and flicker it every turn. And basically for 3 mana you get its come into play ability again. You might want to run a handful of non-soldiers in your soldier deck to be able to pull off shenanigans like that. It is never wrong to have a tribal deck where some of your cards are not of that type. As an example, my persistent petitioners advisor mill deck. I have 44 advisors. I have a couple extra creatures in here. I've got Ormos, Archive Keeper, and Sphinx of the Chimes that are not advisors. It's okay to have a couple in there that, in my opinion, if you want enough cards to fit a tribal theme or typal or kindred or whatever the term is these days. I'm sorry. We've been using tribal for about 30 years. Goblin tribal was was the term being used before Fallen Empires, I think, even came out. Um, Realistically, was the only one that actually did it. But that might also, I think the reason tribal got picked up as the word was because the very first one would have been goblins, realistically. Goblins were the only one that actually had any sort of support as a creature type in enough quantities to make it playable. And decent enough to actually be playable in the, because you can have enough to make it playable in terms of quantity, but then there's also the quality. Are you running a one mana for, are you running a one mana 1/1 with nothing going for it apart from the fact that it's got the relevant creature type? Find something else. But I think tribal got picked up because goblins, considering that Magic the Gathering was originally based kind of on Dungeons and Dragons, and goblins very much were perceived to have uh, a tribal makeup. You talked about goblin tribes, as opposed to dwarves that would have clans, for example. I think that's where the idea of using the word tribe came from, and then eventually it got applied to other creature types, and then expanded to being a generic term. Don't quote me on that. That's my That's what I think happened. Anyway, I have trouble getting past, I have trouble saying calling it anything other than tribal, because to me tribal makes sense. And if you want to sound off in the comments and say, well, it should be called this or that or whatever, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm not going to say I think you're wrong or anything like that. But it's like, for example, I have a friend, and I'm not going to mention names or anything like that. They deserve some privacy and whatever. Who I had known for probably 15 or 20 years as he, and this person eventually went through gender reassignment, which I think is a terrible term, because it sounds like that term to me gives me the feel of you are now no longer allowed to be this. You now have to be that, which I think is I I get, I understand it. I just hate the expression. But that's a me thing. Um anyway, they eventually went for surgery to be, the relevant surgery and hormone therapy and everything else to become a woman. And so is now she. And this person had for a very, very long time been in my phone as, under a male name. And I eventually turned it into, male name slash female name, so I could get used to seeing the female name on my phone when I tried calling them, or if they tried messaging me or whatever. And I eventually flipped, I think earlier this year, I think it was, I flipped the two names around. Now, I've known this person for probably over 20 years by now. But it's taken some time to get used to. Like, I'm now constantly referring to them by their, I'm telling other people, you know, this is this is what their name is, you know, with the name that they use now. Because I don't. Here's the thing. I believe that, you know, if you want to go by a given name, what right does anybody have to tell you otherwise? If you want to be called Frankenstein, I will call you Frankenstein. If you are happy being called Frankenstein, I will call you Frankenstein. You know, if you want to be called Tobias and, you were born with female parts or whatever, I don't care. You want to be called Tobias? I will call you Tobias. Using that name because it's the one on my screen. You know, I I've had at least two teachers turn around and say to me they want me to call them by their first name. One was while they were my teacher, and one was after graduation. Or not after graduation, but like after my final exams were over, and that was the last year they were going to be my teacher. She turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, my name is." Um, I've there are certain times when people will turn around. You're used to calling them, or you're used to thinking of them being named a certain way, and now you're getting told, "Well, no, I want you to call me this way." Um, my I had a family member who was involved in scouting, and I met the scout leader, and he wanted me to call him by his first name. At that point, I wasn't. I don't think I was even a teenager yet. I think I was like late. I think I was 10, 11, 12, somewhere around there. Probably closer to 10. And my family member was like, and my parents were like, well, you should be calling the scout leader by, the proper title, Mr., Mrs., Ms., whatever, and their last name. And I'm like, but I've just been told by the person we're talking about, no, call me by my first name. My personal opinion is, if there is a name you want me to call you, I will call you by that name. It might take some effort to get used to remembering what name it is, but I will call you by that. Anyway, all that is to say, I've been using the term tribal. Like, that's been in magic parlance for about 30 years. It is going to take effort for me to get used to calling it something else. It doesn't mean I'm not willing to change. I'm saying it's going to take some time and it's going to take some effort because for me it's a new thing. It's like it's like breaking an old habit. But now to rewind back to where that was coming up. In my opinion, if you're building a commander deck and you're building something that's tribal based, um, something that's like 25-ish cards of that tribe is a good place to start. More than that is nice, but about a quarter of the deck being the relevant creature type is a really good starting point. The other one I have is Shroom Sphinx Bidding, which again, here's 26 Sphinxes. And yes, I have a handful of cards that are like Urtai Resurrected is not a Sphinx. He's a Phyrexian human wizard. So okay. Blah, blah, blah. Bringer of the Last Gift is a vampire demon. Magister of Worth is an angel. Yes, I pronounce it Magister because I took Latin. Hey, Holly. Adaptive Automaton will be a Sphinx when it comes, once it comes into play. Brass Herald is a golem. Runetail is a fox monk. Safara is an angel. Bogwitch is a human spell shaper. These are all things that are not Sphinxes, but I've got 26 Sphinxes plus my commander. So that's generally, I figure that's in general about enough. And again, if you have more, great. You don't need more. If you are trying to decide between two cards and one is the relevant creature type and the other isn't, and there's no good reason to choose one over the other, choose the one that's the relevant creature type. Sometimes the one that's not the relevant creature type has got some other minor bonus. If it's not really enough for you to actually care about, go with the one that's the relevant creature type. But yeah, enlistment officer, if you're playing soldiers, I say play it. Divine Light. Prevent all damage to be dealt this turn to creatures you control. The fun thing about Divine Light, I would not play this generally in a mono white deck. But if you're adding red or adding black and you're playing with cards along the lines of Chain Reaction or Star of Extinction or anything of that sort of nature, you cast this first, then you do your damage-based mass removal. Yeah, but here's the thing. It doesn't say combat damage. It just says damage. You're running black, Pestilence, or, for those people that like playing with commons, Crypt Rats. Then you attack once the board's clean. Oh yeah, this is one of those this in combination with something else is a this like this in combination with some kind of damage based wrath effect is basically in Garrick's wake, and then you attack. So I mean again, it depends on how you build your deck. Using it as a sorcery speed, holy day slash fog is fine. But if you're considering playing this card, consider playing with other cards that deal damage on a mass scale. you know, consider playing with cards. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Starve Extinction. You do this and then Starve Extinction, and then you swing at your opponents and just cackle maniacally because their creatures are all dead, even their giant Eldrazi's or whatever. Probably dead. And just go, cool. Pump spell? Like, I don't know, not Glorious Anthem. Uh, God damn it. I can never remember the name of it. 3 mana. Glorious Charge? No. No, it doesn't start with a G. Or, no, it does start with a G, but it's not Glorious. Guardian's Pledge. You know, sure, now you're looking at like. But you could just use Chain Reaction and will probably have the same effect for the most part. And so now you're looking at like 7, 8. You're looking at 8 mana, but it's like clear the entire board, attack everybody else, and probably kill 2 people in the process. And if you have like True Conviction out, yeah, but now you're looking at like 12 mana at least. No, Relentless Assault I think is 5, isn't it? So wouldn't that be or am I misremembering that one? There's one that's 4. No, okay, Relentless Assault is the 4 mana one. I know that ability tends to be 5. Oh, yes. For those that are confused about that, there's a years ago, and I don't know if this is still the thing or not. Holly would be able to tell me better. There used to be a commercial for a place up in, I think it's north and west of Toronto, called Acton, and the shop was called the Old Hide House, where you could buy like leather jackets, and basically leather was their big thing, but like jackets and belts and typical gloves, the sort of stuff where you want made out of like heavy leather or something of that nature. If you went horseback riding, for example, you might want some of their stuff, or motorcycle. Something that they also did suede. I think they did lambskin as well. And the big time tagline was "It's worth a drive to Acton." But yeah, anything of that sort of nature. To be fair, we're talking like 20 or 30 years ago. Do not know if they still exist. Do not know if they still use that tagline, but that used to be a thing. Anyway, standard bearer. This goes back to what I was saying before about Coalition Honor Guard and Coalition Flag. This is just the more cost efficient version to get the same ability. It's a 2 mana 1/1 with that ability. I think if I would generally, and I'm people may call me crazy. I mean, they'll call me crazy regardless. I would probably generally run the Honor Guard first because it's a decent sized body, and then the Standard Bearer. And the Coalition Flag, if I wanted something, if I'm considering playing the Coalition Flag, I'm not throwing it on one of my own creatures. I'm throwing it on an opponent's threat. I'd be like, no, no, no. If you're going to blow up a creature, you have to blow that up first. In that case, I'm using it, you know, it's more like I'm forcing people to direct their hate that way rather than towards my stuff. Whereas the Standard Bearer and the Coalition Honor Guard, I'm playing those to protect my stuff. You have to kill this before you can kill that. Coalition Flag, I'm like, oh, you want to blow up a creature? You're going to have to kill that one. Haunted Angel. So there's not really much to say about Standard Bearer, apart from the fact that it's the least expensive way to do that. I would probably run the Honor Guard first because for 4 mana you do get a 2/4, which is a reasonable sized body that can jump in front of a lot of stuff because the Standard Bearer, the problem with the Standard Bearer is it dies to a stiff breeze. So, you know, in combat, it'll die to, going up against like a rat or a mouse or a very slightly pumped kobold. Um, Haunted Angel was hilarious. Back in the day, like when this card was created, the funny thing about Haunted Angel was that even though your opponents created the tokens, you controlled the ability that made the tokens. So you could use an effect like Brand to gain control of all those tokens. They eventually changed that, I think, with M10. And a lot of people were sad about that. But shrug, we survived. It's now you're creating the token unless an effect says otherwise. You're creating the token, it's your token. You control it, you win it, etc. So, the 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 only real reason to play this now is if giving your opponents tokens is actually relevant. And that is a thing that can happen. If you have a card like, Trespasser's Curse, or something similar to that effect. Whenever a creature enchanted player controls enters, that player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Curses are enchantments where you target a specific person when you cast them. They enter and attach to that player, just like an aura with creature comes into play and you attach it to the relevant creature and it targets that creature when you cast it. Curses, same idea, except you're attaching it to a player. But if you have enough of this style of effect where creatures entering under somebody else's control, there's some kind of drawback. Or, good lord, what do you call it? You're the soul sister that can ping, ping opponents for their stuff entering. What do you call it? I don't see you. Why don't I see you? I know the card I'm thinking of. It's the soul sister that can ping opponents for their stuff coming into play. Suture Priest. Yeah. Whenever a creature an opponent controls enters, you may have that player lose 1 life. Yeah. So if you've got an effect like that, you know, that and Trespasser's Curse and a few of those other kind of effects, sure, you guys all get angels. And they're going to burninate you. And they're going to burninate you. And you can make your opponent burninate from other stuff too. Anyway, that being said, unless you're doing something like that, for 3 mana, you can get a 3/3 flying even with angel type. I know for 4 mana you can get 3/4 flying flash and other stuff added onto it fairly easily. There's Restoration Angel, there's Angel Finality, and a few other things. So mana value equal 3, ID equal white, type equal angel, power equal 3, toughness equal 3. Yeah, Emancipation Angel, Resplendent Marshal, Resplendent Angel, Guardian of Girapur. Yeah, so you've already got at least 4, 4 3/3 flyers before you hit Haunted Angel. As 3 mana 3/3 flying angels. So that doesn't mean you don't have a reason to play Haunted Angel, but make sure you have a reason to play Haunted Angel specifically if you're going to play it. Diversionary Tactics. There are certain cards that like to become tapped. I will constantly bring up this card. Scare Tiller. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, choose one. putting a land from your hand into play tapped, or a land card from your graveyard enters tapped. Scare Tiller wants to become tapped. Suddenly, diversionary tactics in combination with a card like Scare Tiller, and there's a card that got previewed from Edge of Eternity. There, this guy, Chrome Companion. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you gain 1 life. It's a 2 mana 2/1. Pay 2 and tap it. Return. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. You know, you have Chrome Companion and Scare Tiller out. You're tapping down your opponent's creatures and getting an extra land drop and gaining life. If you're considering playing with a card like this, see if your deck can make use of cards that want to be tapped anyway. My decks that are playing strictly commons, Scare Tiller is a big deal. Incidentally, I think I still need another one. Boop. No, I have my Scare Tillers. I'm good. I mean, there's... So you're thinking something... Dravi. Dravi is Bant, isn't it? So you have access to, amongst other things, you have access to opposition, Angler of Subdual. You also have access to a bunch of stuff that gives you extra untapped steps. Oh no. Geez. Give me a sec. Boop. Pop out. Pop out. Yeah. Give me a sec here. Where are you? This. I'm gonna do that. See if that helps settle things down a bit. Alright. Hopefully that helps. My computer seems to be getting a bit on the warm side, so having a restore. I might have to shut down and restart shortly. You know what? I'm gonna try and finish off white quickly, and then I will shut down and restart. But yeah, Derevi, you're playing Bant. You have access to a lot of shenanigans to play with. And lots of stuff to give extra untapped steps as well. So yeah. Um Also because you're playing white and green, lots of token generation if you want to play that route as well. So you have options. Gerard Capuchin. Gerard Capuchin's ability can target a different opponent every turn. Um, this might also be the kind of card, Holly, that you might want to consider throwing into Derevi. Because it's just, paying 4 mana to tap. Although there's probably more efficient ways to do it. Um, Honestly, I pretty much see this as a decent body that can gain a reasonable amount of life every turn. I'm going to assume probably not unreasonable. Whoever you're choosing is probably at that point is going to have at least 5 or 6 cards in hand. I would probably assume that. At which point, if I'm assuming this is a card that gains me a healthy amount of life every turn, if I'm doing a life deck, I'm assuming this is a card that I'm playing because it gains me a healthy amount of life every turn. Um, Again, the question of gaining 10 life every turn. Does the deck want me to gain 10 life at once, or does the deck want 10 instances of gaining 1 life each? Well of Lost Dreams is more interested in the first. Johnny's Pride Mate is more interested in the second. So there are different reasons to use either one. Generally speaking, 10 instances of gain 1 life, are going to be more useful than 1 instance of gaining 10 life. But there are times when that's not going to be necessarily true. But that's how I would probably realistically end up playing this. Because unless Gerard is my general. If Gerard is my general, I'm probably building him as a Voltron deck, which kind of makes sense because, the entire Weatherlight saga, etc., etc. Throwing a bunch of equipment on him makes sense, especially from a flavor perspective. Yeah, making him a Voltron general would make sense. Um, and then just having ways to give him evasion and self protection and what have you. Shield of Duty and Reason. If you have this on a creature, which is probably going to be your commander, and you have Akruma's Memorial out, the only color that can hit you is white. White is not a commonly played monocolored. It's generally played in combination with other stuff. Doesn't mean you can't play it otherwise. I'm just saying you're not likely to be playing it as is. All right. I am going to be back in a few minutes. I'm going to reboot my computer. It was running. It's been running for the last 300, so almost 2 full weeks without being turned off, including being up and running the entire time I was in Montreal. I will return shortly. And then we will start on Blue. I will preload the page for Blue because the way I have this browser set up, it 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 carries off from, when I reopen it, it carries off from where I left off. Anyway, I will be back shortly. Um, See you guys in a few minutes. Whoops. That one. And then where are you? This. Uh, Damn it. Pop out. Okay, and this is. Okay, good. Cool. I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that, peoples. Anyway, back to Blue. So, um, okay. Right, so Coastal Drake, unsurprisingly. I said before, and I'll say it again. Oh, look, it refers to a creature of a specific creature type. Guess what? Anything that's a changeling has the relevant creature type. There's enough changelings at sea play. Feel free to, especially certain commanders. Morofon, I believe, is Morofon. Yeah, Morofon has changeling. So you can be playing this and just keep sending Morofon back to, back to owner's hand. It's not going to end up in the command zone, but you know the sure. But take a look at the list of changelings that see play. Type equal Kavu. Type equal creature. Type equal Kavu or changeling. Oh, sure, there's that too. Order EDH rec. Seasonal. Like, this is in order of what EDH Rec says. These guys see a lot of play. Realm Walker, I believe, is largely an elf dex. Changeling Outcast, as I mentioned before, constantly pushing through damage. Mirror Entity just turn around and go, hey, by the way, all my creatures are now big. Torian Mauler just gets huge really fast. Anybody drops a Torian Mauler, and by the next turn cycle, it's not unreasonable for it to be a 6/6. Morophon is a constant commander. Bloodline Pretender, um, again, tribal shenanigans. Mass Vandal constantly seem play at least in elf decks. Universal Automaton, if you need uh, you know, another one drop of the relevant creature type, and other options aren't available, Universal Automaton regularly sees play. Uh, Graves Shifter is basically a better um, Gravedigger because it can take on whatever creature type you need. It's at the very least a second one. Um, Moth's Changeling. I mean, realistically, that's just, 1/1 that could get flying. It's there to be a creature type that you need when you need it. Uh, Defiler of Instinct is a Kavu. I did not realize the red one was a Kavu. Whenever you cast a red permanent spell, it deals 1 damage to any target. Yeah, this one is not likely to get, not likely to be a thing that you want bounced. Unsettled Mariner giving basically all your stuff Ward 1. Irregular Cohort comes into play, makes an extra body. Uh, Amavoid Changeling can really muck up certain tribal synergies. Chameleon Colossus just getting really huge really fast. Orvar being, doing combo shenanigans. Like, all this stuff, most of the top, like, you know, 15 or so, I can easily find a reason why people play it. There's only a couple that, to me, it's just like, well, you're there because you need another body that's the relevant creature type. Because you're playing, jellyfish tribal or whatever. But beyond that, yeah. Oh, I know what I forgot to load up. Where are you here? This. I have to put that here, I guess. So yeah. Um but yeah, like you're regularly going to find like these top, 15 or so. It's going to be fairly easy to find pretty much every day. Plus again, you know, um uh Maskwood Nexus turning everything you control into all creature types. Coastal Drake is going to often find a target somewhere at the table. Somebody's going to have something that it would make sense to bounce. Set a Sanctuary. Again, this is the blue one whose opposing colors are red and green, so it's going to care about you having red and green stuff. Um, if you have one or the other, you draw a card and then discard. If you've got both, you draw two and then discard. So this I would prefer to run this in, a deck that's got all three colors. Um or I should say that has permanents of all three colors that I can get my hands on. Um Getting green permanents should actually be relatively easy. Red, again, we go back to what I was saying before when we were talking about Dega Sanctuary. Uh, but you can go through a lot of cards, especially if you've got an effect that, makes you, if you would draw cards, draw extra. Yeah, the sanctuaries were pretty cool in general. The white one gaining life can actually gain a decent amount of life. And like I said when I was covering it, if you have stuff in your deck that cares about life gain triggers, like a Soul Sisters style deck, um, black is not unreasonable to be playing with that. So being able to gain two life every turn and trigger your your bloodthirsty aerialists and your Johnny's Pride mates and your celestial unicorns and what have you. And then being able to use that extra life for things like whatchamacallit, Bolus's Citadel, let's say. You know. So yeah. But the set of Sanctuary, are you playing red? Are you playing green? Like, are you playing either of them? And you want to consistently be able to like filter your draws? Are you likely to have permanents of either color? Like that in combination with, say, Sylvan Library, you're going to end up with like a lot of card filtering. Fodalian Mystic, I can actually see being pretty low on the scale because needing to change the color of an instant or sorcery is pretty low on the list. Although, that being said, if you are playing with. Oh, hold on. If you're playing with a Chroma's Memorial, taking certain spells that care about, dealing damage or whatever, if you have a spell that deals damage and you've got Necromo's Memorial, being able to turn this into, the spell into either a red spell or a black spell will just turn around like cool. As Holly mentioned earlier, Starve Extinction. 20 damage to each creature and each player. Chroma's Memorial. Okay, Starve Extinction. Yeah, but you don't want to run too much of that kind of effect. That's the problem. And that being said, green and black are already colors that see a lot of play. I would say those are the two most likely to see play as monocolored, and two of the most commonly played colors to be played alongside other colors. Compare that to, white or blue or red, which are lower on the monocolored scale and are generally played in combination with something else, often black or green. So Life Force and Death Grip will probably be fine if you're to play those kind of cards, just playing them straight up. Not only that, this also only affects instants and sorceries. So, eh? I think it's less likely to actually be I, because honestly, if I'm looking at something like that and I'm considering an effect like Life Force or Death Grip, might as well just run like Stronghold Machinist or Stronghold Biologist. I don't remember that one. Oh, counter target. Yeah, yeah. But again, there's easier ways to pull that. I mean, you're not wrong. I just wouldn't bother going down too far down that rabbit hole, especially since they kind of like if you want to play that style of game, you're pretty much restricting yourself to really old cards. They've the you wouldn't be playing with much that came out over, let's say, the last decade. And cards that have come out in the last decade for for Magic in general and for Commanders specifically are really good. Playing with cards like Vodalian Mystic to be able to run alongside cards like Dows or other similar cards. The other problem is it's a tap ability, so you'd only be able to affect one card a turn, barring having something like, you know, God damn it. I got him. Sorry, there's some kind of like really, really small fly flying around here. Don't know where it came from. I hope it's gone. Anyway, um, at that point, I mean, you might as well, since you're dealing with instants and sorceries, you might as well start just looking at cards like. I mean, to be fair, you're looking at an enchantment where you can just constantly just pay mana to counter the spell. What? Hmm, I don't know. I see your perspective. I can't completely disagree with it. It's just it's also going to affect like maybe barring something like Freed from the Real, you're going to be countering like one spell a turn or like per turn cycle, I should say. Death Grip and Life Force, I have no problem just playing straight up and not caring about a card like Vodalian Mystic. Douse, I could see an argument for it, but then you have, a Chroma's Memorial or similar effects that just largely don't care and protect everybody in one shot. So, I don't know. I I can I can see arguments for it. I I personally don't think the arguments are very convincing, but I can see them. Jaded Response, on the other hand, the more colors you play, the better this is. Counter target spell if it shares a color with a creature you control. God damn it. It's back. This thing is really going to get annoying. I was fine until like 5 minutes ago. Basically, once I rebooted, then it started being a problem. Anyway, would I run this in mono blue? Probably not. Would I run this in blue plus one color? I might do it if that one color was black or green. I wouldn't be I wouldn't be completely upset about running it in blue white. I think the only two color combination I wouldn't be thrilled with playing it in is blue red. After that, am I playing three colors? I should be Am I playing three or more colors? There's a strong chance I'm probably countering like it's probably able to counter 80% of cards. Does my deck run a card along the lines of Force of Will or not Fierce Guardianship, Force of Negation, or anything else where discarding or exiling a card from hand is relevant towards casting a spell, activating an ability, etc., etc., etc. If I have any of that kind of card, Jaded Response, the worst it is a random card that I can pitch. But most two color decks, I'm probably comfortable enough playing this in. Three plus color, three colors and up. Do you want a inexpensive, easy to cast counter spell that's going to, that's going to be able to hit most things? Because the more colors you play, the better this is. Yeah. Do you have, do you have one of them cards that says, like, trans? Do you have one of them cards like Transguild Couriers, where it says, "Hey, I'm all colors"? Or one of those other cards that turns around and makes you all your other stuff all colors. Uh, are you playing with any of that sort of stuff? If you are, you should run Jade Response as one of your counter spells. I will point out that this is like the Pyroblast and Blue Elemental Blast, or sorry, Pyroblast and Hydroblast situation. Pyroblast says counter target spell if it's blue. Red Elemental Blast says counter target blue spell. Red Elemental Blast can only target a spell that's blue. Pyroblast can target any spell and will only do something to it if it's blue. Counter target spell if. Counter target spell if. People rarely play with color changing effects these days. It used to be a thing back in the day, about 20 odd years ago. That used to be more commonly a thing, the sort of thing that, Holly was alluding to earlier. Used to actually be a thing. Has not been a thing in a very long time. So therefore, the way realistically if people are going to stop the spell from being able to uh, counter, people want to stop the counter spell by doing something about the creature, they're going to do it by killing the creature. If you have more than one relevant creature, it's going to be harder. But yes, the more colors you play, the more I would play Jaded Response. But apart from apart from Is It, I would be comfortable playing that in most decks that are at least two colors. Title Courier. Um, yeah, what we were saying before about the enlistment officer applies to the Title Courier as well. 4 mana for 1/2, which sounds really meh. Top 4, get Merfolk. 4 mana, give it flank to land a turn. That, ignore that part. Let's be honest. Ignore that part. It doesn't exist. But 4 mana, 1/2, comes into play. Get Merfolk. Merfolk are one of the more relevant tribes in Magic in general. And yeah, you should playing any kind of flicker shenanigans. Uh, Conjurer's Closet. Beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under your control. Worth it. If you play Title Courier and, after you have a closet out, cool. I get 4 cards. Cool. Here's my 2 Merfolk. End of turn. Flickers. Oh, look, I got 3 Merfolk out of this batch. And again, if you're conspire. Hopefully the forces don't conspire against us. Boo. Yeah, and you're playing Merfolk. It's not completely unreasonable that you'll be playing with what's the word I'm looking for? Stuff that either gives your stuff flash or has flash or whatever. You're playing blue. Yeah, Title Courier. Again, are you playing Merfolk? Are you playing any Star Flicker shenanigans? In my opinion, you should anyway. Yeah, Title Courier. Put it in. Ice Cave. Speaking of counter spells that Holly was mentioning, this is one of those times where people can be glad that they changed the rule from Commander for mana production, because it used to be that you could only produce mana in your commander's own colors. So if you were to if you had a red, green, white commander, and you tap Manalith for mana, you could only produce red, green, or white mana. That made some cards really awkward, like stuff that had sunburst that you really wanted to be able to have a larger effect, you were kind of forced into playing a commander that had more colors. Also, what was it? Quenchable Flame. No, Quenchable Flame? Quenchable Fire? Whatever it was called. Quenchable Fire. Quenchable Fire and any other equally weird card that makes you have to pay like a certain very specific cost. If your commander was not blue, you could not generate the blue mana. They eventually got rid of that and said that, well, no, now manalith and similar effects can produce any color. It says any color on the tin. Let's actually let them produce any color. That suddenly meant that anyone with the appropriate mana rocks or similar effects, Birds of Paradise, um, uh, nomadic elf, was it called? Yeah, nomadic elf. Anything vaguely along that line, where it's like produce mana of any color. The Helionaut we came across earlier. Suddenly, cards like those, somebody's playing a weird card like Ice Cave, and it's actually usable. Because you can allow other people to counter stuff. So yeah, once they changed the rules for Commander, there were a lot of just like randomly weird cards that suddenly you could do something about them. Um, Quenchable Fire became, a bit less playable because it was, all you'd have to do is tap a mana less and you prevent the other 3 damage. So it's 4 mana for 3 damage and not 4 mana for 6 damage. But Ice Cave became more useful if it was a store of card that you wanted to play with. That being said, this would also affect your spells. However, this refers to people casting spells, activating abilities, you know, resolving triggers, replacement effects, so forth, aren't affected. Also, if a player does, counter the spell. What happens to spells that say they can't be countered? Oops. Was it Lear that does it? Yeah, where are you? Although Lear, I want something like this that says your spells can't be countered, or spells you control can't be countered. But, Uh, but this is actually somewhat playable. It's not going to stop an effect like Otawara or Boseiju or whatever that make you pitch them from your hand to do their thing. Oh yeah, Reef Shaman. This was like the blue version of Helionaut. And I really considered putting a couple of these into my mono blue deck that, according to one of the people at one of my LGSs, identifies as a green deck. Holly, you really have to come over and see my deck sometime. It's hilarious. You have to at least see it in action. Swing by for like even half an hour so I can, goldfish it for you or whatever. You really gotta see it. It's funny. Let me guess. You're hanging to Montreal? I would not be surprised to find out Holly's going to Montreal. Oh, Nova Scotia. Okay. Yeah, this past weekend, I know I told you already. I went to Montreal for Montreal Comic Con. Uh, come August, pretty much exactly a month from now, there's another convention in Montreal in Otaku-san, and we're gonna be heading down for that one. And then, like 2 weeks after that, is Fan Expo in Toronto. And I would not be surprised if later in the year, they want us doing Halifax again. November 7th to 9th. It's in November. Maybe not. Because that is kind of late. Nobody whose names I recognize. But anyway, no, Reef Shaman, and there's another one that has similar effect that I was considering, and I think I wanted to run them because of volcanic eruption. So I'd have a reasonable way to have enough like I'd have a reasonable chance of having mountains to blow up so we could go Pop Goes the Road with it. That was really the only reason for running them. And they end up getting cut for other stuff. Partly also due to the fact that I found like 3 different wrath effects that I could run in mono blue. And one of the methods I had for making sure I had a mountain was Unstable Frontier. So there was that. There's damn it. Oh, what's it called? There's Curse of the Swine. And I can't remember what the other one's called. Something about Phyrexia. Oh, the Facing of Zalfir. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So chapter 3. So it's a 4-mana saga. Chapter 3. Destroy all creatures. For each creature destroyed this way, its controller creates a 2/2 black Phyrexian creature token. I have that along with Curse of the Swine in combination with Leyline Singularity to make all creatures legendary. And then I can't remember if it's Mirror Gallery or Mirror Box, but nope, Mirror Box. And the first line of the Mirror Box says Legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. So I put those two together, and then when I use either of those two Wrath effects, I get to keep all my tokens. My opponents are stuck with one of each. Eh? But yeah, I strongly considered putting Reef Shaman, and there's a 1-1. I think it's a 1-1 for 2 that's got a similar ability. Um, that I was considering throwing into the deck just to make sure I had mountains. It's like, nah, this will be fine. But yeah, if you suddenly need a way to if you suddenly need a way to produce a certain mana type, or alternatively, if you want to be able to disable a land from uh, disable a land from being as useful, like let's say somebody has got, I don't know, Zagoth Triome, which is Swamp, Forest, Island. So taps for black or green or blue. Oh, I'm playing a 3-color deck. Okay, here's my Triome. Cool. I'll make on your upkeep. I'll turn it into a plains until end of turn, and now it's basically a colorless land, except they can't use it on colorless costs. Yeah, yeah. That's a way to screw over people. Evasive action. This basically tries to be mana leak. Um, mana leak variants in general are not effects that I feel are very good in Commander. They're any effect along lines of mana leak, um, spell pierce, mana tithe, etc. As a general rule of thumb, are really good really early in the game, like in the first, let's say the first 4 turns. And then after that, they just get outclassed really fast. The problem with cards like Spell Pierce, Mana Leak, uh, Mana Tithe, and so forth and so on is that instead of going, well, this is countered unless you pay X, is really quickly taken over by, I'll just pay an extra mana and counter the spell altogether. Or I tweak my mana base slightly and just say, no, 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 stop the spell altogether. Because instead of 1 blue plus 1, for double blue, you have counter spell, you have mana drain. For blue plus 1, you have arcane denial, which is considered one of the best counter spells in Commander, period. You have negate, which will hit most things that people want to stop. You have like there's this giant list of spells, and at 3 mana, it's like counter target spell and then exile it, or counter target spell and then mill its controller, or counter target spell and burninate them, or, you know, a creature that comes in play and counters a spell, uh, and the creature has flash because, it doesn't really work otherwise. Or, you know, it's so easy by the time you hit 2 mana to be able to just say, no, just stop the spell altogether. Or, 3 or 4 mana, it's like, no, and extra bonuses. Um, the Urchai that's, what is it? Urchai Resurrected or whatever it's called? Yeah, Urchai Resurrected. 4 mana, 3/2 of flash comes into play. Counter target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. Its controller draws a card. Destroy another target creature or planeswalker. Its controller draws a card. You know, like, the only reason to play a card like Evasive Action and Mana Leak and Spell Pierce and Mana Tithe is if you care about making your opponent waste mana. Mana Tithe, I think, sort of gets a pass. A pass. But you've got Dawn Charm for 1 more. Counter target spell that counters you. Illumination. Counter target artifact or enchantment. And they gain its mana value in life. Lapse of Certainty is basically memory lapse for an extra mana. Rebuff the Wicked. Probably the best counter spell in white. Counter target spell that targets a permanent you control. Really, really, really strong card. Probably the best white counter spell. And probably a lot better than a lot of blue counter spells. And that's saying something because blue is the home of counterspell. Anyway, evasive action. I would not. Honestly, I would put evasive action lower down this list. It's probably there due to history. Whirlpool Drake. The Whirlpool cards from Apocalypse all did something about making people, shuffle their hands away and then redrawing cards. Whirlpool Drake. 1 blue, 3 other for a 2/2 flyer. When it enters, you take the cards that are in your hand, shuffle them back in, and redraw that many. When it dies, same thing. Hilariously, if you have an effect like this in combination with, is it Lifeline I'm thinking of? Whenever a creature dies, if another creature is on the battlefield. Yeah, Lifeline. So as long as there's at least one creature already in play, whenever a creature dies, it comes back at the end of turn. So Whirlpool Drake, in combination with anybody's creature being in play, and a sack outlet, and it's like, at the beginning of the next end step. Not your next end step, the next end step. Yeah, you can just keep cycling through your deck. You sack it to some effect for some ability. You sack it to Altar of Dementia to mill somebody. Or, you know, I mean, I was gonna say, Phyrexian Altar or Ashnod's Altar for mana. But I want something that's more generically useful. Oh, I mean, you can sack it to, because ideally I want something that you could put in a blue deck. But if you could sack it to, say, Vistra Seer and Scry. Although that would be less useful because you're shuffling your hand away. Unless there's a card like that that lets you surveil, in that case, you can get rid of a card that you're not going to find useful. Anyway. Yeah, Whirlpool Drake, you can muck around with that. And Whirlpool cards, there's a decent amount of that sort of ability. Making people shuffle their hands back in and redraw. Unnatural Selection. The reason this has the wording it does is because back in the day, before 8th edition, pretty sure it was before 8th. Yeah, it was before 8th edition. There were 2 creature types that had specific rules associated with them. Legend used to be a creature type. What? Let me go back for a moment. Sieged Capuchin? It says here, legendary creature, human soldier. It used to be creature legend. Legend used to be a creature type, so all of the rules that had to deal with stuff being legendary applied there. They were baked into the rules for the creature type legend. Which pretty much worked the same way as how legendary Blah worked, but legend itself was the creature type. The other one was Wall. And the big rule for walls was that walls basically had defender. They eventually created the defender keyword because at that point it didn't exist yet. That allowed them to create other things that had defender that weren't walls because the feel was if it couldn't attack, it probably has to be a wall. That was the common assumption for card design back in the day. Well, again, we're talking 25 years ago. That was, which is why Unnatural Selection had this kind of wording. Choose a creature type other than wall. Target creature becomes that type until end of, or target creature's type becomes that type till end of turn. If you have a wall if you have a creature that somebody wants to attack with and you turn it into a wall, they suddenly can't attack. The problem was if you had 2 creatures, if your opponent had 2 creatures out with the same name, let's say your opponent had, 2 Reef Shamans out, since that's a card we've already covered. and you made one of them legendary, well, suddenly they're, and you did, actually, and you did both of them. It's like, oh, there's two legends with the same type out, or with the same name out. Now we have to deal with the legend rule. What? You can start killing off creatures that way, which is why when you hit Odyssey block, I think it is. Odyssey block or Onslaught block, I forget which it is. Cards like this are like choose a creature type other than legend or wall. That being said, this like the in general the best way to use a card like this is to remove the relevant creature type from an opponent's creature. You really want to do this sort of thing to your own, because if you're doing something like this to your own, why aren't you running Xenographed? Why aren't you running Maskwood Nexus? Why aren't you running these other cards? I think even does Birthing Bells do the same thing? No, Birthing Bells just makes tokens. Maskwood Nexus, on the other hand. Maskwood Nexus basically gives all your creatures changeling. All your creatures in all zones basically have changeling. And it's a really good card. This card does a lot for a lot of decks. Anyway, unnatural selection. There's enough other options. Like I said, now you have Xenographed to play with. Yes, it costs more. Comes into play, you choose a creature type. But, it's 5 mana. Chances are you need, you don't need a. Chances are, if you're using this to affect your own creatures, you're going to be choosing the same creature type all the time. At which point, you might as well bite the bullet, run Maskwood Nexus, run Xenographed, run similar cards to that. Unnatural selection. You want this to mess over an opponent's tribal strategies. You want to be able to hit your when somebody's trying to attack with a couple of, beefy elves or merfolk or goblins or whatever, you want to be able to turn around and go, guess what? You guys are, this is a jellyfish and this is this is now an Aurochs. That's really what you want cards like that for. Shimmering Mirage. Not really what you need anymore. This is basically 2 mana. It's a 2 mana card that targets a land and draws a card. You don't need this. Honestly. In 98% of decks. The becomes the basic land type of your choice until end of turn. Does it overwrite? Just double checking with the rules chat real quick. If it does do that, if it does do what I'm thinking, then it's actually gotta use. Uh, Index is actually not terabad. The problem with the biggest problem with Index is, it's 1 mana to reorganize the top 5. But I think for like 1 more mana, you can actually put one of them in your hand. Uh, I mean, Stock Up says look at the top 5, put 2 in your hand and the rest on the bottom. Which I feel like. I feel like just putting 1 in, you should be able to do for 2 mana. Sort by color. Diabolic Vision. Back in the day would have done what I'm looking for. And they over top 5 cards, you may reveal a creature card. Yeah, okay, fine. Alright, whatever. I think you can do 4. And put 1 in your hand. Yeah. Oh, Impulse, yeah. Look at the top 4, put 1 in your hand and the rest on the bottom. At instant speed. Shimmer Possibility. Yeah. You can probably get away with doing 5. You can probably get away with 5 for 2 mana at instant speed, or sorcery speed now. Basically, index, pay an extra mana, get one of those cards. Anyway. Um, yeah, so, but getting a card from the top handful of cards in your deck for, like, just paying 1 extra mana would be plenty. Uh, I don't see a good reason to run index over something else. You know, I I don't see the benefit in just reorganize. Like, here's the thing: if it was instant speed, like if it was an instant, I could see people playing it to set up, to do things, muck around with cards like brainstorm, whatever else. But yeah, realistically, nah. As for Whirlpool Rider, it's it's basically the Drake at half the cost, half the size, half the abilities, but basically, you shuffle your hand back in and redraw that many. And if you have any way to draw extra cards, um, like Teferi's Ageless Insight or Thought Reflection or a max speeded Venwixt, any of those, you know, then Whirlpool Rider starts getting absolutely silly. Let's go black. Foul Presence is actually kind of cute. I'm sure somebody uh comes does not say in addition. But specifies smallly one of right. Yeah, Foul Presence basically turns around and says, "Cool, I'm shrinking you, but now you have the ability to shrink everybody else." Yeah. So it looks like Shimmering Mirage works the way I think it does. In other words, if you have a creature, sorry, if you have a land that has the ability to become a creature till end of turn, and it becomes activated, and you try to attack with it, somebody can go Shimmering Mirage. You're now mountain till end of turn. And because it doesn't say in addition to its other types, it basically overrides what was there. And so it is now a basic land that somebody has tried to attack with but can't attack anymore. It is basically being removed from combat because it's no longer a creature. Okay. Yeah, foul presence is. I mean, usually an effect like that, you just want like the one thing about foul presence is because it gives minus one as opposed to dealing damage. It can deal with creatures that dealing damage to them is pointless or a bad idea, like Stuffy Doll, for example. Uh, Necker Sanctuary is actually, again, the sanctuaries are actually kind of fun. Um, because they like, and here's the thing: if you're able to create you know, weather green permanents, and that's not impossible. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, it's not impossible. If you can create white or green permanents somehow, whether that's because of the deck natively, i.e., you're playing black green, or you're playing black white, or you're playing, black green white, or whether that's because you've put stuff in the deck or somebody has given you something that's the appropriate color or whatever. This is not hard to start, using effects like, especially if, again, going back to the idea about the mono green commander deck, you know, mascot exhibition is you know, you have two white tokens. None of them are green, but you've got two white tokens that you can throw into. And because it's a colorless card, you can throw it in a mono green deck. Are any of these guys actually? No, none of these guys actually produce something that's green. So fine. Maybe you might have to go back to something like Sarpadian Empires Volume 7 or whatever. But options exist. And yeah, you can start slowly bleeding away your opponents, 3 points at a time. And again, you can keep choosing different you can keep choosing different opponents every turn. And so burninating for 3 is not completely unreasonable. And if you want to be able to bleed your opponents dry and you're playing black and you have some way to create green and or white permanents, you know, and you can combine this with exquisite exquisite blood. Yeah, whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. And then there's that fun little combo where it's exquisite blood plus uh, sanguine bond, I think it is. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. It's a 2-card combo that basically goes, hey, by the way, removing an object subtype doesn't affect its card types at all. Oh. Alright, so that does not work the way I think it does. Right. So changing a so TODR. Changing this, if you animate a Mutavault into a creature and you attack with a creature, that this affects the land part of it being a Mutavault, but it doesn't affect the creatureness of the fact that, you've changed. Hey, look, you've changed it into a creature, you're attacking with a creature, yada, yada, yada. It doesn't neutralize that part. So realistically, the only thing this is good for at all is basically mana fixing versus, or mana fixing / color screwing and card drawing. It's a targeted effect that may care somewhere. You know, you could combine this with life and limb. You could combine this with life and limb and whatever the thing is called. That that turns all your creatures into force and whatever. And Yavimaya Cridlow Growth and Masquerade Nexus or a similar effect set to Saproling. And just basically all your creatures become lands, and all your lands, all your creatures become force, and all your force become saplings. And so basically they're all everything. And then if you need something that, you know, if you target one, it copies to everything else. Oh, if you do that and you've got Precursor Golem out and you're using Masquerade Nexus to make everything into a sapling, it also turns everything into a Golem. So with Precursor Golem out, you would probably end up drawing, like, you would probably cast this and draw like 15 cards. Anywho, where was I? Yeah, Necro Sanctuary, you can burn stuff away. Dead Ringers is a pain in the butt. Dead Ringers basically asks, so these two creatures that you want to target, A, are either so first of all, neither of them can be even part black, just because of the way Dead Ringers, you know, black cards that destroyed creatures back in the day had trouble dealing with, you know, like black spot removal had trouble dealing with other, because it, it's because you're trying to use stuff like terror and stuff like that on stuff that's undead. Undead are not affected by the same sort of things that, like, you try to murder a zombie, it's already dead. It's just reanimated, so it's not really murder. You know, stuff like that. Part A largely boiled down to a flavor reason. Anyway, so Dead Ringers, first of all, can't hit anything that's even part black, and has to hit. Okay, first of all, you need to hit two creatures. Second of all, neither of them can be at least part black. Third of all, if they are both the exact same color scheme, you can destroy both of them with the same card. The annoying thing about that is, and to be fair, if you're trying to hit creatures that are controlled by the same player, like if they're playing elves, for example, chances are good you can find like two mono green elves or two mono black elves or two green black elves or whatever. Well, no, except you can't do the latter two examples because they're part black. And Dead Ringers doesn't hit stuff that's even part black. Is there any black to it? Nope, can't target it. The problem is, for an extra mana, you get Hex. Destroys 6 target creatures. Plain, simple, end of story. And honestly, was kind of looked at as a Black Wrath for a very long time until Damnation came out. It's one more mana than Dead Ringers. No restriction on what you can hit apart from the fact that you have to have 6 targets. If you're playing Commander, that basically boils down to Well, if everyone's got at least two creatures in play, there's more than enough targets for Hex. So if you have two creatures and you have two creatures and you have two creatures and I cast Hex, I can kill those, and those. I don't have to worry about the color schemes they are. I don't have to worry about whether they're artifacts or this or that. It's just kill them. Oh, they regenerate? I'm sad. Or they're indestructible? I'm sad. Or anything like that? I'm sad. And it does target, so I have to get past Shroud, Hexproof, Ward, etc., etc. But a lot of creatures that people care about don't have any of those. Anyway, Den Ringers, I would probably call that dead last in terms of playability. Zombie Boa. 5 mana for a 3/3, which, to be fair at that point, when you're looking at something with a good playable ability, is not unreasonable. Pay 2, choose a color. Whenever this creature becomes blocked by a creature of that color this turn, destroy that creature. Activate only as a sorcery. So, in other words, I pay 2 mana. I declare blue. Cool. You're blocking with a blue creature? Oh, it's blue green? Okay, it's still at least blue. You're blocking? Before combat damage happens, you get destroyed. So, kind of like a targeted death touch that's only good against, one color at a time. To be fair, it's an activated ability that does not require a tap symbol. It's also only good for attacking. But it's not a terrible card. Planar Despair. Planar Despair is like the first time we had an effect along lines of Mutilate, or what was the other one? Um, Languish. Languish, such a good card for getting rid of like the small and medium sized creatures. If you can't afford damnation, languish is, and you want something at 4, you could do a lot worse than have languish. Planar Despair. All creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn for each basic land type among lands you control. For this to be worth it, you really need all 5 basic land types. And then all creatures get -5/-5 because languish exists. The assumption that if you have, for domain cards, if you have 3, it's good. And more than 3, and you're pulling ahead. But Languish came out and killed this thing. To make this worth playing, you really need to have all 5 basic land types, because otherwise you should just play Languish. And Languish, if you're looking for cheap, Tales of Middle-earth version is 25 cents versus this for 25 cents. Play Languish instead. How about Crux of Fate? Which is usually what I consider the hallmark for a 5 mana mass removal spell in black. Okay. 53 cents. You can probably find more efficient options. But again, Hex, you can pick up Hex for 15 cents from Thunder Junction Commander, or 16 cents for Commander 19. D- d- yeah, just play. If you're looking at a budget, just don't bother with Planar Despair. There's there's better options at about the same cost. Like just don't do it. Last Caress. Sorry, I see this. I think storyline. That's I think is it Crow? No, that's not Crovax. I think it's wait. Is it Crovax? And it's like I'm sorry we have to be on the opposite side of this battle. It's kind of like the Romeo and Juliet sort of thing, opposite sides, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Anyway, target player loses one life and you gain one life. Draw a card. The problem is, like, the ability to the ability to drain life from people. Actually, no. This, I mean, it's only one life. This is the same cost. Everyone else takes two, and you gain that much. That you gain that much life, which in a six-player, in a four-player game, you do two to each of them, but you're gaining six. But you're drawing a card. All right. All right. Sort by color. Wow. Last Caress and Touch of Death are the only cards that actually do that. Morsel Theft for an extra mana. Or sorry, Morsel Theft if you Morsel Theft if you pulled off Prel. Oh no. Morsel theft if you pulled off prowl. Okay. Sorry, morsel theft if you pulled off prowl. You can drain somebody for 3 and get the same effect. But which is still an okay card. Like it's not great, but it's still okay. Anyway, yeah, last caress. If I'm trying to find a way to build a burn deck that draws additional cards, I'm gonna find ways to burn and then find other ways to draw cards. Trying to do both on the same card is going to be awkward. My extraction, again, we're going back to the discussion about people discarding cards. And whether or not discard is a deck style that's worth playing in Commander, and I do not see it as a fun deck type. You know what? Will you tell me? It's Krovax, okay. So you can't. So I guess the thought is an effect like Mind Rot is this to make somebody discard 2 cards. Sacking a creature, you probably are trying to make them discard 3. So what you really want to do is have a creature that you can sacrifice. Probably has that. If it has at least 2 colors, this feels like you. Oh boy. And discards all cards of each of the sacrifice colors from it. To be fair, if you've got this and you're sacrificing one of the, you know. Oh! Uh. Jared Carthalion makes Kavus that are all 5 colors. If you're trying to play Jared, I guess if you're trying to play Jared Carthalion as a control deck, then Mind Extraction is not unreasonable. Because you then basically you take one of the cavalry, you sacrifice it to Mind Extraction, and you go, guess what? Anything that's in your hand that's got at least 1 color to it, you're ditching it. If you're playing it as a control deck, I can see that. Otherwise, eh. Suppress. Suppress is usually the kind of card that you play when you are. At the beginning of the end step of that player's next turn. You are generally playing this card to... Wait. I just realized how this card actually works. Do you know how long... Oh, wow. I was today years old. Was that 2001 it says? Yeah, 2001. 24 years ago. I was today years old when I realized this card, I always thought it was you make people exile their hand, and at the end of your turn, they get them back. They don't get them back until the end of their turn. I should have played that ages ago because there's so many times where that would actually have been useful. There's so many times when that card actually legitimately would have been useful. I wonder, is Holly still in the chat? Or did Holly have to run off already? Users in chat. She is not in chat anymore. It has the ads. Anyway, I was wondering why she wasn't saying anything for last hour. But yeah. I guess this is like a black card that you can use to try and make sure that stuff that you want to happen happens. This is kind of like a Thoughtseize effect. The great thing about a card like this is like if this person is trying to make sure that this person can attack me, cool. You cast Suppress, targeting me. I'm either countering it with something, anything from giving myself Shroud / Hexproof till end of turn to Counterspell to whatever, phasing myself out. If I don't have a response to it, okay, my hand is gone. I can't do anything with it till the end of my turn. If I don't do anything, this person has free reign, and this person has free reign, and this person still has free reign. And then my turn comes to my turn. I draw my card for a turn. I do what I can with what I got in play and that card. And any additional cards I may have drawn in the meantime. Esper, Sentinel, and what have you. And at the end of turn, I got my hand back. I just realized how that actually works. And then Commander, this should see more play. This should actually see more play. I want this to see more play. I mean, there's a reason why out of 13 cards, to be fair, the top 3 are really good. We'll come back to the next two in a moment. But this is number 6. I get that. That's actually a decent card. Grave Defiler. again, what we were saying before about enlistment officer, and I forget what the merfolk one was called. Uh, Title courier. Yeah, grave defiler. Are you playing zombies? You should be running this. 4 mana for 2/1 that regenerates for 2, which is eh. But again, you, you're looking at like probably, well, compared to dredge skeletons, which is 2 mana for 1/1 black to regenerate. So I could see I could see you're basically paying 1.5 to 2 mana for this, for this coming to play ability, which is really good. And you're playing zombies, and chances are, uh, unlike what I was looking at before for, you know, zombies being, or, like, you need X ability and you're playing soldiers, you may have to run a creature that's of a different type to be able to get that. Chances are, whatever you're trying to find, you can find zombies to fill that slot. So yes, you should be playing that in your zombie deck. It's the fifth most played card, the fifth most played black mono black card in Apocalypse. Yes, I get it. Urborg Uprising. This is kind of draw 3 for 5 mana in black, which is not bad. You get 2 creatures from your graveyard back to your hand, and you draw a card for 5 mana. That sounds like a lot, but the difference between draw 3 and get any 2 creatures you want back and draw a card, that is a big deal. Plus, there are times when you want an effect like this instead of drawing 3 because mill is not a completely unheard of ability to come across in Commander. In fact, I watched a recent MTG Goldfish Commander Clash video from like the last week or so. And Krim was playing a life gain mill deck. He basically milled everyone based on how much life he had gained on his turn. Yeah. So being able to get 2 cards back from your graveyard and draw 1 card in a situation like that is better than drawing 3 cards. So, yeah. This is a pretty good card. There's a reason it's number 4 on the list. Um, yeah, it's also common. So if you're playing mono commons, Urborg Uprising should be on your shopping list somehow. In fact, if I take a look here, mono black commons. No, not mono black. Black red. Rakdos. You. Okay. I see why I've got the cards in here that I do. But I think I may have to. I think I may have to use. I may have to put Urborg Uprising in there instead of one of the slots. Phyrexian Gargantua. 6 mana for 4/4, which is a decent. It's not a crazy body, but it's a decent sized body. Comes into play, draw 2 and lose 2 life. That is a lot of card for 6 mana. It's literally 2 Phyrexian Ragers stapled together, which is, again, a 3 mana 2/2. When it comes to play, draw a card, lose 1 life. It's twice the size. It's twice the card draw. It's twice the life loss. It is literally 2 Phyrexian Ragers stapled together. It's exactly double the cost as well, because 1 black plus 2 doubles to 2 black plus 4. And one could argue it's also twice as rare because it goes from common to uncommon. Yeah, no surprise those are numbers 2 and 3, because creatures that come into play and draw you extra cards, and, again, flicker shenanigans of any sort, you know, if you're playing black, you may not be doing flickering per se, but you may be flickering through the graveyard. What? By which I mean creature comes into play, you sacrifice it or it dies or whatever, it hits the graveyard somehow, and then you bring it back from the graveyard back into play. Shieldred Whispering One is a good example of what I'm talking about. You know, because at the beginning of your upkeep, return trigger creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, I don't care about the rest right now. Honestly, most of the times that I'm playing Shieldred Whispering One, she's a creature that says at the beginning of my upkeep, I get one of my creatures back. Everything else on it is gravy. Swampok, I don't even remember she has it most of the time. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, they gotta sack a creature. Okay, I apologize, but realistically, this is the number one reason I want it. At the beginning of my upkeep, I reanimate one of my critters. Well, if I have, let's say, Phyrexian Gargantua in play, at the end of an opponent's turn, I sacrifice it to, I don't know, Viscera Seer and Scry, or whatever. And then my turn rolls around. I bring it back. I'm drawing 2 more cards. Sure, I lose 2 more life. Don't care. If I happen to have, incidentally, if I end up ever picking up Shieldred the Apocalypse, if I ever end up picking up one of those, and I've got Shieldred Whispering One, and I'm running Phyrexian Gargantua, I'm going to be gaining life from this, because I'll be losing 2 life but gaining 4 life. So I'm going to net plus 2 life and just consistently sack this every turn. And then there's Phyrexian Arena. 2 black plus 1 at the beginning of your upkeep. Draw a card, lose a life. I mean, is there a reason? Is there a good reason not to run it? Every upkeep you're drawing an extra card. Sure, you're losing a life, but think about it. It's a 40 life format. Chances are it is not unreasonable this will draw you Let's say things go really badly. You're going to draw 5 cards and lose 5 life in the process. Those 5 cards are going to make a big difference, more so than the the 5 life that you've lost. I expect this more likely to draw you 10 cards over the course of a game, and you've lost 10 life. Compare that to what Sylvan Library does. If you want 1 extra card out of it, you're paying 4 life. So 10 life is, 10 life is like 2.5 extra cards. It gives you card selection, but yeah, Phyrexian Arena is just so good. For so many formats. It sees a bunch of standard play right now too. Red cards. I have to keep an eye on the time. Minotaur Tactician. This is our first Curd Ape of sorts in a very long time. This is a 4 mana 1/1 haste. If you have both a white and a blue creature, so it could be a white-blue creature, you end up with a 3/3 haste. Let's look up things, shall we? Minotaur. Mana value equal 4. O haste. Power greater than 2. Toughness greater than 2. Hostile Minotaur is a 3/3 with haste. Raging Minotaur, which originally came out in Portal, is a 3/3 with haste. Tower Minotaur, which originally came out in Mirage, is a 3/3 with haste. All of these are commons. They're 3/3 with haste for 4 mana. I'm not touching Felhide Spiritbinder. Because that's one of those. I'm going to clone a creature and give the token haste till end of turn. But if you're playing Minotaurs and you want a 3/3 with haste, you have 3. Let's see what else there is. Oh, Oracle of Bones is a 3/1 with Tribute 2. Which means if somebody doesn't pay the tribute, if nobody pays the tribute, or sorry, if tribute was paid, it's a 5/3 with haste. And if it wasn't paid, you get to cast an instant or sorcery from your hand without paying its mana cost. So this is roughly a 2/2 with haste. That I think is often going to end up averaging out to like a 4/4. It's going to be a 3. It's going to average out to a 3/3 with haste. That half the time you can cast an instant or sorcery for free, which is going to be kind of dumb. But yeah, Minotaur Tactician. Honestly, If you're considering playing this, no. You've also got Changeling Berserker, which is a 5/3 haste that champions a creature. Champions something that's got a good come into play ability. Rocket Sanctuary. Rocket Sanctuary is basically the red version of Necro Sanctuary. Necro Sanctuary burns players. Rocket Sanctuary deals damage to creatures. Yep, 1 and 3, 1 and 3. Yeah, the amount of damage is the same. You want white or blue permanents in play to make Rocket Sanctuary work. Honestly, if I'm playing a card like this, I probably want to be playing at least Boros. At least Boros, if not Jeskai. Because what I want is I want cards like Brash Taunter and I think I finally got the damn thing. Brash Taunter and Boros Reckoner and all the whenever it's dealt damage. Is it Spite Mirror I'm thinking of? That also does that? Whenever it's dealt damage, deals that much damage to target creature or player. Yeah. Yeah. You basically get as many of those kind of cards as you can. And this allows you to like burninate your own creatures and then send that damage elsewhere. This gives you a this it's kind of like this makes stuff that hits creatures only more useful. But yeah. That being said, if you're looking at say chain reaction as I constantly allude to, chain reaction deals X damage to each creature. You're looking at 4 mana here, where X is the number of creatures in play. And so it's like, hey, look, there's 12 creatures in play, 4 mana. Each creature takes 12. Well, with an effect like Spite Mare or Spite Mare or Boros Reckoner or Brash Taunter or any of those kind of cards, it's like, oh, cool. These things are taking 12? Well, you can take 12 and you can take 12 and you can take 12. Ah. Yeah, so I would want to be playing at least Boros. Jeskai is not unreasonable. I could end up going more colors than that. If I want to go, I would want to go. I think my third color might be black for that sort of effect. Um, I'm either going a third color. I would either go black to get additional Spite Mare-ish cards, or blue so I can get extra damage out. But beyond that, yeah, that's what I would do with Raka Sanctuary. Tundra Kavu. Tundra Kavu again. Mana fix / mana screw. It just specifically restricts the you know, the land that you're hitting suddenly becomes one. That's not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. No, this is what I'm looking for. Um. Oh. Oh well. This be. Um. Bleh, words. Where was I? If I'm playing Just Guy and I want a red card to help fix my mana, this should be. This should be something I'm considering. If I'm playing Boros, or is it, and I want a red card to fix my mana, this I should be considering. If I want to play with Island Walk, this might be a thing to consider. Although if I'm playing with Island, well, how many cards have Island Walk? Sort by color. Goblin Flotilla. Okay, out of the 9 cards, one still requires blue mana. That's hilarious. 7 creatures have Island Walk that are green. Wow. So literally, huh. Okay. So yeah, if you want to play with Island Walk, if you want to play, if you want to play Gruul and you want to play with Island Walk, throw Chandrakavu in your deck. Confuse many lots of people that way. Dwarven Patrol. Wow. Now that's an interesting card. 3 mana for 4/2. Doesn't untap normally, but whenever you cast a non-red spell, untap it. Is there red in its mana cost or color identity? Yes, it doesn't untap with it. No, it untaps with it. Oh man, that's funny. You could... Oh man. Is there a way to get you to tap for mana? There's going to be a way to make you tap to draw cards. Oh. Oh man, even the cards like Dark Ritual would untap it. Oh yeah, this thing is gonna get dumb. Oh. Oh no, you can put this in a mono red deck. Cards that have Devoid or any colorless card like Soul Ring, for example, after the fact will untap this. Oh, Dwarven Patrol. I'm saying Dwarven Patrol. Remember that lands are not spells. Yeah, I don't know how to build it, but when you consider Nettle Sentinel, it's very similar. It's a big creature that doesn't untap normally during your untap step. Whenever you cast a green spell, you may untap it. Doesn't untap normally. Whenever you cast a non-red spell, untap this creature. Has something like a Viridian Longbow attached to it. Or, oh, what is it? Uh... Burning Anger. Yeah, Burning Anger. Tap. Damage equal to its power to any target. Literally what I'm looking for. So Burning Anger on a Dwarven Patrol. And then you just cast other spells that are like green spells or whatever. If you can find, like, there's gotta be a way to do things in such a way that you generate mana for casting shit and just go from there. Anyway, Uh, there's there's combo potential there. It exists. You just have to find it. Bloodfire Kavu, pretty meh. Although keep in mind that Bloodfire cards do damage to each creature, not each creature with flying or without flying, just each creature. Also, this can be done at any time. Does not say as a sorcery or anything like that. So this is basically a pyroclasm ready to go off at any time you want on a 2-2. So it's okay. There's going to be better options, but it's fine at what it does. Tungar's Glare. Uh, Squeak, get out of the way. Look at the top three cards of target opponent's library, then put them back in any order. If that player looks at the top three cards of your library, then puts them back in any order. So basically, you and target player get to reorganize the top three of each other's deck. If somebody's being friendly with you, great. That might not be a bad idea. This feels like it belongs with something. This feels like a more political table to be able to get away with doing it. It's not bad. And to be fair, with my mono red commons only deck might have an interest in something like that. But honestly, I'm kind of meh on it. And that also explains why it's, relatively far. Like it's the top of the bottom half. Dwarven Landslide. No. Just no. For this cost, you have Pillage. Oh, but I can blow up 2 lands. Okay. You're spending 7 mana and a land. Rain of Salt. 2 red plus 4. Sorcery. Destroy 2 target lands. One mana less than doing this, and you don't lose one of your lands to do so. No. If you want to blow up a land, there's a couple of options for doing it at 2 mana. There's a few at 3, there's more at 4. 2, 3, and 4, you've all got good options. And in fact, if you really want to, You can even do it in white for 3 mana or for 5. You have Salt Blast and you have Generous Gift available. You want, like, I remember looking at this for then current standard. I'm like, no, no, just no. Pillage, Stone Rain were both in standard, I believe, at the time. Pretty sure Pillage was. And Demolish was going to be coming out soon. By the time I had an interest in playing a card like this, I'm like, no, there's better options. Just don't. Bloodfire Infusion. This is what I was saying before about Bloodfire. If you are doing something that I am doing and making a deck of nothing but commons, and you have some decent sized creatures to play with, um, like these guys, for example, he's in this deck because he becomes a 5/7 with fire breathing. Let's assume, let's go with the smallest front side, and that's a 4 mana, or that's a 4 power creature. Oh, okay. You were not in the original build. You did eventually get thrown in. Yeah, this has changed since. Whoops, this has changed since then. I've cut Swirling Sandstorm. I've cut Boulder Fall. I think one of these others I've cut. I know I've cut those two. And I'm pretty sure I have put in Bloodfire Infusion because realistically, Bloodfire Infusion is like, pay 4 mana and sack a creature to deal that creature's power in damage to each other creature. At common. That means it's not unreasonable that I'm going to be dealing, say, 6 damage. I sacrifice, say, 6/4. Everything but the really big stuff dies. The big stuff, the small stuff dies, the medium stuff dies, the big stuff dies, the really big stuff survives. And if I'm sacrificing like Ulamog's Crusher, it's really only the ginormous stuff that survives. If I have if I have the Vilden Pack Outcast out, okay, fine. Boop. Oh. 5/7, I pump a few mana into it. Let's say I pump 5 mana into it. It's now got 10 power. Then I sack it at some point to Bloodfire Infusion. Not very much is going to survive that. Are you playing with commons? Yes. Are you playing red? Yes. Do you need a mass removal spell? Yes. Have you got at least a vaguely reasonable number of large creatures in? Like, 7 or 8 large creatures in your deck? Yes. Run Bloodfire Infusion. Smash. Not surprised to see play. 3 mana. Destroy target artifact. Draw a card. They're ugly and they're in my way. Yeah. Yeah, not surprised. Bloodfire Colossus. Not. This is basically, to me, this is like mass removal for giant tribal. I will point out, though, Bloodfire Kavu only hits creatures. Infusion only hits creatures. Dwarf we'll get to in a moment. Colossus hit creatures and players. So that's actually a bit more relevant. Bloodfire Dwarf is the next one. 1 mana for a 1/1. Pay a red and sack it. 1 damage to each creature without flying. Dude, play any of the blood. Honestly, unless you're doing it because it's a dwarf. Play any of the other Bloodfires instead. Any of them. Even the Kavu. I would rather run the Kavu instead. Because this will hit all creatures. This will only hit flyers. Goblin Ringleader. Again, are you playing goblins? You run the Ringleader. In fact, this is the most commonly played red card from Apocalypse. Gee, I wonder why. You get all your goblins out of the top 4. And it's a 2/2 with haste, which is generally 3 mana. At least at that point it was. Yeah, so you're paying 1 mana to get the bonus to get the top 4 cards. 10 o'clock. Let's see if I can get this. Green. I do not like Bognar. 5 mana for a 2/2 whenever player class black spell gets +2/+2 till end of turn. I'll explain why when I get to the other Gnar, because there's 2 of them. Never liked Bognar. Because I see it and it's like, for 5 mana, I should get a 4/4. I wouldn't have minded like a 3/3 that got +1/+1 per black spell. But a 2/2 to start. The other problem is a lot of black's removal just kills the creature outright. Doesn't care how big it is. Or you do something like dead weight. And a creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. something of that nature. Okay, this it will survive till end of turn, and then at end of turn, when cleanup happens, it turns around and dies. Oh look, Gladenar. One extra mana. Green plus 4 to green plus 5. You go from a 2/2 to a 4/4. Whenever a player casts a blue spell, it gets +2/+2 till end of turn. One extra mana for +2/+2. The difference is what color spell gets used. You know what? If this, I can combo kill with this. If I end with like some kind of fling effect, I can cast a bunch of like random blue cantrips because it's whenever a player casts a blue spell. I can just cast a bunch of, you know, um, you know, opts and preordains and, you know, peak and Jataxin probe and whatever, and end up with like a decent sized creature. And then just like throw it at my opponent's face. And yeah, there's a reason why Gladenar, and you know, you get the same trigger with Bognar. It's 1 mana less, but it starts at 2/2 smaller. And this, relatively speaking, this dies to a stiff breeze. This is actually a competent size to start doing anything. Kev Walker, 6 mana for a 4/5. This is basically the green member of the enlistment officer cycle. And back in the day, like 5 mana for a 4/5 was okay. You know, you'd want something attached to it, but it didn't have to be a big something. You just want something attached to it. And now you take a look and go, what? And so you're paying like a mana, like I said before, you're paying about a mana to a mana and a half to look at the top cards. The problem with Kev Walker compared to the others, red is getting goblins, which it's had since day one. Black is getting zombies, which it's had since day one. Blue is getting merfolk that it's had since day one. White is getting soldiers. Let's see here. Date less than 1997. Sort by release date, ascending, not reprint. So, based on errata, yes, Benelish Hero is a human soldier. Yoshin soldier, obviously errata to become a soldier. Giant soldier, human soldier archer. So for a very long time, we have had soldiers. Then Cavu Heller shows up, and this is the first set. This is the first block we've had Cavu. Hey, eso! Yes, I did actually. I don't. I'm probably sure I told you this. I looked that up. I think we were in propaganda chat when I actually looked up how to actually say it. It's like I want to make sure I spell it right, and thankfully, it's pretty much the same as people like to say ahoy anyway. Like pirates used to say that apparently, and well, they probably kidnapped it from certain European languages. But anyway, yeah, I don't know if you noticed or not. I did not make propaganda this weekend. I had already mentioned it a couple of times because I was at Montreal Comic Con on the weekend and working at my LGS's booth. And in about a month, they have another convention called Otaku-thon. And then, like 2 weeks later, is a big convention in Toronto. Toronto basically has got three big conventions that they do for fandom based stuff, basically. There's Anime North, which I think is in May. Uh, there's Toronto Comic Con, which is like the next month. And then there's Fan Expo, which is like the big one, which is usually like at the end of August, beginning of September. It's like a week early this year, I think. Um, and it's like 2 weeks after Otaku-san. So there's gonna be, you know, I'll be, I'll, I should be I should be in propaganda for like the next like 3 weeks, and then I'll be gone for another weekend, and then I should be back for the next one, and then gone again, and then I should be back. Uh, I don't mind. I enjoy doing these conventions for my LGS. But yeah, I don't know if you caught what I said or not earlier. I was talking about the Nars here, Bognar and Gladenar. It's like it's one mana difference. Why is there such a huge difference between like Bognar and Gladenar? Gladenar is actually remotely playable. Yeah, I haven't watched the stream yet. I mean, I'm gonna have to watch it soon. Were people making up for all my bad jokes and everything else while I was gone? Was somebody able to pick up the slack, like I don't know, Nimchimsky or something? Oh, I don't know if did you hear what happened with Yargle? He was in earlier. If you haven't heard, um, either watch the beginning part of the stream when you get a chance, or talk to him. Let's just say family stuff happened. I I don't want to say myself because I don't feel it's my place to say. But if you're able to catch the beginning, I got through White and like for Apocalypse. I got through White and my computer was starting to act funny. So I shut it down and restarted. And so you can you'd be able to catch the you should be able to go to Twitch or YouTube and see, and go through the white section and go, because he was in early. Uh, if it's a thing that you want to look into. If not, that's up to you. Anywho, mumble, mumble, mumble. I mumble. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Anyway, but yeah, Gleidnar versus Bognar. Like, Gleidnar feels like one of those cards you can just turn around and like combo kill people with. Kavu Holler. Again, like if you're playing Kavu, you probably have to play it. Kavu Mauler. Again, if you're playing Kavu, you probably have to play it. This can actually get really big, really fast. Especially if you've got some way somehow to duplicate the trigger. Is it lithoform engine I'm thinking of? Yeah, lithoform engine. Yeah, copy target, activate or triggered ability you may choose. Yeah. When a text gets +1, yeah, copy that trigger a couple times and yeah, fine. It's gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each other attacking Kavu. If you can copy that like twice. I'm attacking with 6 Kavu, so this +5 more. Okay, +5, +10, +15. I'm attacking with a 19 trample. What? Probably you're still playing at least red because if you're playing Kavu, it's really hard not to play Flame Tongue Kavu. I just noticed the flavor text. And this thing that I'm munching on, they're called popcorners. They're they're corn chips, but they're more, you know, they've got a bit more of a popcorn like texture kind of baked thing to them. So instead of just being like flat, they're like boop 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 boop. Boop. Yes, I make sound effects. Deal with it. They're not bad, but corn chips, crunchy snack. To the Kavu, all Phyrexians are merely crunchy snacks. But yeah, Kavu Muller, again, are you playing Kavu? You probably have to play these two here. Penumbra Kavu? I like the Penumbra cards. Like anytime I've got a vaguely reasonable chance, Penumbra are just so good. Like there's the Penumbra creatures and the symbiotic creatures. What was it called? Was it called Symbiotic Elf? I don't remember. Yeah, from Onslaught. The symbiotic creatures were like, you know, here's a creature that you're overpaying for, but when it dies, you make basically its power in 1/1 insects. Onslaught. Let's just fast forward real quick. Because they were all green. Right. Symbiotic Beast was a 6 mana 4/4. When it died, you got 4 1/1s. Symbiotic Worm was an 8 mana 7/7. When it died, you got 7 insects. And then the Penumbras, you're overpaying for the creature, but when it dies, you make a token that's the same size as what you had before. So this is a 3/3. When it dies, you get a 3/3. And it's basically the exact same as what you had before. It's just in this case, this is a black token instead of a green token. And if you're doing anything vaguely aristocracy, or in any way, shape, or form, you have a reason for wanting creatures to die. Yeah, the penumbras and symbiotics. If you're trying to build like a monogreen aristocrat style deck, penumbras and symbiotics are a really good starting point. Tranquil Path. If Pauper was a bit slower, this would probably see a lot more play. But the only mass enchantment removal that people actually play in Pauper is Tranquility, as far as I'm aware. Because it's the only way to destroy. What is it? Format Pauper. Oh, destroy all enchantments. Sort by color. Okay. Very occasionally you get Patrician Scorn. Why has nobody run Essence Filter? Hush costs too much. Converse costs too much. Multius Decree you might be able to get away with. Reverend Silence you can probably get away with. Root Grieval, no. Spring Cleaning, people don't really play with Clash in the format. Tranquil Path, too slow. Tranquility, it largely boils down to Tranquility, and if somebody's playing white, they get Patrician Scorn. I really think, like, does nobody play Essence Filter in Pauper? Or is it just that Tranquility being easier to cast makes that much of a difference? Gaia's Balance. Okay, no, Gaia's... Oh, right, yeah. Gaia's Balance, 4 mana, additional cost, sack 5 lands. And you basically are searching up... You sacrifice any 5 lands and you search up one... Search your library for a land card of each basic land type. So you don't have to search for basics. You just have to search for something that has the forest type, the mountain type, the plains type, the island type, the swamp type. It's not completely unreasonable, I think. I think I would be okay going down 2 lands to fix my mana. It sounds a bit weird, but I mean, I think I would be okay sacrificing 5 lands to only dig out 3 if they would fix my mana that much better. Like, if I've only been able to pull out basic forest, I sacrifice 5 forests, get a triome, a shock land, and a surveil land. Yes, I'm down in lands, but if I'm running Gaia's Balance, I probably have enough. Wow. If Commander Clash decides to revisit frickin' color identity, doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, that's also true. But if Commander Clash decides to revisit color identity, doesn't matter. I saw one of them recently playing a Tifa deck that had Scape Shift. Gaia's Balance would be huge in a deck like that. Because you want to be able to fetch out 5 lands. And Tifa, every land that comes into play doubles her power. So 1 would get doubled to 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. She'd be a 32 power creature. Gaia's Balance, I think in general I would be okay with going to 3. That card really though wants to be in 4 or 5. Symbiotic deployment. Symbiotic deployment. I kind of don't mind having a card like this in a deck like elves or something like that. That first line can actually be a lifesaver sometimes. Skipping your draw step. If you are running out of cards in your deck, just being able to say, I'm gonna just say no for now, and I'm gonna because if you're down like 5 cards in your deck because the game's gone really long, which can happen. Yeah. Um, and then paying 1 and tapping 2 untapped creatures you control to draw a card. Like, elves usually want something like that for nice. Oh, Did I tell you the one time I played vintage? I think it was on cockatrice, and I won against a much better player than I am because I let him get an infinite combo. So, many years ago, this guy that I used to chat online with from the Netherlands, we'd end up chatting in a given chat room about Magic a lot. And he was, he was one of these people that had a much better income than I did. And so, and he wasn't flaunting it or anything. You know, he wasn't that kind of guy. It's just he had a much better income than I did, so he had the ability to put together stronger decks than I did. And I was the kind of person that I had to build with what I had available, which is part of what guided me to playing Oath of Druids for Vintage because it could be built fairly inexpensively, fairly easily, and like Oath of Druids and Forbidden Orchard, the two key cards in the deck, were pretty cheap cards as far as cards that you want for Vintage are concerned. You want to play Dredge, for example, you really want Bazaar Baghdad, and that was like thousands of dollars. At least hundreds. I'm pretty sure it was over 1,000 by then. But putting together Oath of Druids was actually pretty affordable. And you didn't need power. It was nice. It was a really nice to have, but it was buildable on on a fairly low budget. So he and I are talking in the chat room, and this is this is this might even be before Monastery Mentor got printed, which was I think during Cons of Tarkir era. And he had I can't remember exactly what kind of deck he was playing, but his big thing, it was not unheard of back then to have, you know, Tinker plus um whoops, it was not unheard of to have Tinker plus some kind of big artifact creature to get out. And and use that as your win condition. So kind of like how some popper decks they want like you know um you don't run much in terms of creatures. Like you might have Murmuring Mystic as basically your win condition. Or something of that nature, and everything else is just like lands, instant sorceries, removal, counter spells, whatever. And you win with the birds from Murmuring Mystic. At that point, Vintage was basically a lot of people had Tinker, and Darksteel Colossus or Blightsteel Colossus eventually. Sphinx of the Steel Wind, Sundering Titan, or there was like one other. I think it was Mere Battlesphere was the other one. And he was going for Sphinx of the Steel Wind, which I basically like to call Sphinx of Chroma because it's very much like a Chroma Angel of Wrath. It's in Esper, it's 6/6, it's got a bunch of abilities, including protection from red and from green. And I'm telling him, you really should have some kind of removal or something in your deck that's not blue. And of course, the big draw to blue is that in a pinch, you can always, the running joke, though it's true just enough times, is that in a pinch, you can always discard it to Force of Will. Sphinx of the Steel Wind is white, blue, and black. So, he decides, no, he's going to run. I can't remember if it's Rebuild or a Hercules Recall or whatever. He's got some kind of, or Chain of Vapor. He's got some blue bouncing cards back to hand spell. So, I'm playing against him. And at one point, I let him assemble Time Vault Voltaic Key. The TLDR of how this combo works. Voltaic Key lets you untap Time Vault. Time Vault, you tap it to take an extra turn after this one. You normally have to go through other shenanigans to untap it. Or you can just use Voltaic Key to untap it. Take an extra turn, during which point the Voltaic Key will untap. Time Vault doesn't untap normally. So you use the Voltaic Key to untap it. Tap it again. You take infinite turns. I let him assemble this. Why did I let him assemble this? Oath of Druids, the TLDR of how that works is on each player's turn, if your opponent has more creatures than you, you get to mill yourself till you hit a creature, put that directly into play, the rest of the cards go in the graveyard. I had this as one of my big, I think I had like 2 or 3 big creatures for Oath of Druids to make sure you always hit. I had this. Iona, Shield of Emeria. It's a big beat stick. Basically it boils down to, it's a big creature that has 1 key ability. As it enters, you choose a color. Your opponents cannot cast spells of that color. I got to Oath. I flipped over cards. I had Iona. And I'm sitting here trying to think what color to name, what color to name. Well, he could have this, he could have this, he could have this. And then it dawned on me, wait a sec. I'm not playing against a person. I am playing against this specific person that I have had these discussions with. I named Blue. So what happened? I let him assemble the Vault Key combo, which, because it's infinite turns, it's infinite draw, it's usually a I win the game situation. His removal is a blue card. He wants to bounce my Iona back to hand. He can't because it's a blue card and I have named blue, and he cannot cast blue spells. Crap. He continues flipping over, drawing cards to see what happens. His win condition is Sphinx of the Steel Wind, which is white and black and blue. Even with all the time in the world, he would not be allowed to get rid of my creature because the only removal he had that could get rid of it was blue, and I had stopped him from playing blue cards. And his win condition was blue, and he couldn't cast blue cards. I won against somebody who's a much better player than I am, letting him get an infinite an infinite turn combo off because I had had discussions with him and I knew how he built his deck, and I used that to my advantage. And he's like, well, shit. I'm like, dude, I've been telling you. He was playing white. He could have played Tariff, I think it's called. Yeah, each player chooses a creature with the highest mana value he or she controls. So basically, what's your most expensive creature? Then either has to sack it or pay that creature's mana value. I couldn't pay the 8 or 9 mana that Iona cost. He had access to black in that deck. I'm pretty sure he was playing Esper specifically. He could have run Diabolic Diabolic Edict or any of those variants. He could have run all sorts of things. No, he decided he wanted to run the blue removal because it could pitch to Force of Will. He had enough blue cards in his deck to handle Force of Will. Yeah, he kind of oopsed on that one. So yeah, you turn around and say you let somebody, you beat somebody by letting them have Monarch. I get how that feels. They feel all great and all smug inside, and then you look at them and it's like, I just beat you. Letting you have that. I get that feeling. Oh, it feels great, doesn't it? Were they upset about it? I mean, I was lucky. My friends like, oh, did I just do that? But yeah. Probably still slightly sour about losing with having the Monarch, though. Because there are people like that. There are people that will win and still be annoyed because X happened. Meh. Anyway, yeah, symbiotic deployment, it has its uses. As I mentioned earlier, there's what was it under white? There was that card that says, yeah, diversionary tactics. Tap two untap creatures you control, tap target creature. There are creatures that are going to want to be tapped, so symbiotic deployment also has that use. You know, uh, if you're playing with something that makes a lot of tokens, squirrels or sapperlings, just ping one mana and cool, I've got like 37 sapling tokens. Okay. Pay one, tap two, draw a card. Pay another one. Oh, and if you've got Insidious Roots in that deck, how much is Insidious Roots right now? Okay, it's under $2. Creature tokens you control have tap, add one mana of any color. You know, if you're playing black green, Insidious Roots and Symbiotic Deployment, your tokens just sit there and just. I tap three. Basically, you tap three tokens and you draw a card. Penumbra Bobcat. I think that might be the cheapest. Yeah, that's the cheapest Penumbra. Um, 3 mana, you get a 2/1. It's okay. I would actually rather have the Kavu because the Kavu feels slightly better balanced. Um, but the Bobcat's fine. It's going to be the least expensive of the Penumbra cards. Uh, Plus it's also a cat, and if you're playing cat tribal, this cat has 2 lives and it's hunting for more. Yeah, if you're playing cat tribal, might be an interest. Anna Sanctuary. Anna Sanctuary can just end up like eating people alive. If you've got a blue or black permanent, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. If you've got both, it's +5/+5. I would assume if you were playing blue, black, and green, you probably have some kind of poison/infect shenanigans going on. Like, we're talking about creatures that you want to pump. If I see a card like Anna's Sanctuary, I probably have poison sitting in the back of my head as to what kind, especially if you've got all three. Yeah. Penumbra Bobcat, yeah, by far the best of the Penumbra creatures because 7 mana for a 6/6 trample is, you know, it's reasonable at least according to back then. It's reasonable to begin with. I mean, basically, cut 1 mana off it, and you basically are fine for modern day. But when it dies, you get a token that's the exact same as what it had before. So you're paying 1 extra mana for it dies, I make another one. And then you reanimate the original. And your opponent goes, oh, oh, even funnier. Yeah, basically. Mimic that. Actually, no, I don't want Mimic That. I want Soul Foundry. When this artifact enters, you may exile a creature card from your hand. X tap, create a token that's a copy of the exile card. X is mana value of that card. So uh, exile Penumbra Worm with Soul Foundry. Pay 7, tap it. Make a 6/6 trample. that when it does, leaves behind a 6/6 trample. No big deal. It's fine. Lay of the Land. One of those cards that keeps getting mentioned by name as a shortcut for what it does. Search your library for a basic land card and put it in your hand. You will constantly hear people that have been playing a long enough time refer to this card as a mental shortcut for what it does. Yeah. I personally don't like cards like this in general. To me, the big reason to play a card like this is because the fact that it's coming to your hand is relevant. A good example would be something like Seismic Assault. Discard land card to deal 2 damage to any target. Lay of the Land. Okay. But as for using it to find land to put into play, pay an extra mana and run Rampant Growth, or there's there's cards that at 1 mana that if you meet certain conditions can put the card into play. No? Really? Am I misremembering? Instead, search for a creature or land card you'll be able to put in here. Okay. So this is only ever a... What's the word I'm looking for? A Lay of the Land that can tutor up a creature. Huh. Search by color. Analyze the pollen. Search for a creature or land. Nope. Bushwhack I don't mind because it has another option. Caravan Vigil. That's what I was thinking of. If a creature died this turn, you can put it into play. Any partings? One with nature I think is cute. Okay, so there's a few ways to get, like, if you pay some minor additional cost. You can get them into play. Search your library for up to X basic link. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple ways to make it go, to make it get into play. But usually they're like 1 mana, Lay of the Land, or something else instead. Lay of the Land as such is meh. Lay of the Land with the option of instead being, I was going to say Worldly Tutor, but that puts it on top of your deck. It's not Hymn of Rebirth. Eladamri's Call. That's the card I'm thinking of. Arguably, you could also say Altar of Bone, but yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for. Anyway, yeah, Lay of the Land. Honestly, don't run Lay of the Land itself. There's other cards that do the same thing, but have more options. If a creature died this turn, the land comes into play. If you pay an additional cost, it can come to play. If you if you don't need to search for land, you can proliferate or fight or this or that or whatever else. Oh yeah, Sylvan Messenger. So there is another green member of this. Again, you know, back then, 3 mana for 2/2. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's the entire Squire, Stormcrow, Manalith, uh, Hill Giant, Grey Ogre, etc., etc. Cards that aren't being used to mean themselves necessarily, but cards that have a a known cost, a known ability that are like a mental shortcut for blah. Yeah. And the thing is like Lay of the Land is like the simplest version of that ability, but it's like yeah, my the thing is you pretty much never want to run Lay of the Land itself. You want to run Lay of the Land plus option. Like Bushwhack is a great example. It is literally choose one. 1 mana, sorcery, choose one, Lay of the Land, or target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Earlier in the game, it will help you fix your mana. You're playing, red, green, white. You're playing Naya. You've got a red source and a green source. You fetch out of planes, and so next turn you can play it. Or later in the game, well, I've got my colors. I've got a 6/6 and you've got a 3/1, and kill it. Or I can't remember what the other one is called, but there's one that's got proliferate as an option. You know, you're playing a poison based strategy, and it's like okay, I don't need to fetch land. Kill it. Here, have more poison. Go ahead, have some more. I don't mind. But yeah, Sylvan Messenger, like I was saying, like 3 mana for 2/2 trample was probably about right back then on an elf, because you could actually get a 1/1 trample elf What were you called? I think it was Lana Warrior Elite. Had a kicker out of it. Yeah, kicker cost of 8. If you kick it, it enters with 5+1 counters. So for 9 mana, you get a 6/6 trample elf, which still only has a mana value of 1. But A, you're playing elves. Coming up with 8 extra mana is like, yeah, just check your couch cushions, you'll find the extra mana. B, it enters with 5+1/+1 counters. You're playing green. If you can't do something with those extra counters, like have it come play with twice as many or whatever, are you doing something? Or move them around to other creatures or whatever. Yeah, this is this is not a problem. But you start off with a 1/1, a 1/1 trample for 1 mana. So 3 mana for a 2/2 trample is about right for back then. And then again, comes into play. Look at the top 4. Find all your elves, put them into play, or put them in your hand, rather. Which probably a turn or 2 later, they'll all end up in play. Let's see if this works. Sort by. Let's cut this momentarily. Sort by color. Alright. There's 27, but there are 6, 5, 5, 6, 6. Okay. We can get these through these fairly quickly. Angel Fire Crusader. Honestly, I think if I'm playing Boros, I might just. I really wish this was a 2/4 instead. I'm part of the problem. Part of the problem is when it comes to stuff like this, I like to see the power or the toughness be equal to the mana value. It's just because they've done that for so many years. 4 mana being a 2/4 is just so common. Seeing it as a 2/3 feels wrong. Giving it fire breathing, okay. It's okay. Uh, but I mean, is it Storm Shaman I'm thinking of? Yeah, Storm Shaman. You had a 0/4 for 3 mana with fire breathing. So this would be equivalent to basically a 2/2 with fire breathing for 3. You get an extra point of toughness for an extra mana. Yeah, to be fair, this is a 2/3. It can actually deal damage on its own. The Storm Shaman needs mana put into it first. The other thing I might want to try comparing it to is Wildfire Emissary, which is 4 mana for 2/4 pro white and half speed fire breathing. If it didn't have pro white, this would probably just be red colon. And this is basically what I would be wanting to. This is what I think Angel Fire Crusader really wanted to be. That might also be part of the reason I have an issue with it. It's okay, but it's eh. Dega Disciple, again, the color scheme's based on what they these are what the color combinations were called at that point. One white for a 1/1 with two activated abilities, both based on the two opposing colors, or like one of each. Black and tap, target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. Red and tap, target creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn. The black one is going to be relevant mostly, or I should say, more often if you're looking at creatures that have got double strike or infect, i.e., something where the power makes a big difference. It's going to have some effect. It's going to have some use against creatures that have trample, but its best use is against creatures that have double strike or infect. I can't really think of an ability otherwise, like a regular, typical ability. Um, where the power of the creature is actually really relevant. Cause like giving a creature that giving a creature that has first strike -2/-0 is one thing, but it just means that maybe the two creatures trade instead of actually um no, no, they won't trade. Death touch won't matter. Well, death touch will matter if it's originally got less than 3 power. Lifelink, you can deal with that. Um, but double strike, because it deals that damage twice, giving -2/-0 is actually like giving -4 power. Similarly to how target creature gets +2/+0, that's like giving a +4 power on a creature with double strike. A creature with double strike and infect is hella strong. It's like no, it only needs to have like 5 power to one hit kill someone. Yeah, you don't let that happen. Deck Evolver. The Volvers were really fun. They were flexible creatures. Usually one mode. Usually their base unkicked mode was okay. Adding one kicker to it was fine. Adding the other kicker was good. Like this is this is a 2 mana 1/1. Meh. If you paid its black kicker cost, it gets 2+1, which is like 2 more mana, so you're paying 4 mana. It gets 2+1 counters on it, and you can pay 3 life to regenerate it. That's not actually bad, because not having to spend mana to regenerate your creature, again, life is a resource. You're looking at a 4 mana 3/3, which doesn't sound exciting. But you can regenerate it by paying life. You're playing black and white. You should be able to get back your life somehow. Its other kicker was red. Its other kicker was red. So you pay 1 red plus 1 white plus 1. So 3 mana in total. It gets a +1/+1 counter and has first strike. So you're looking at 3 mana for a 2/2 first strike, which, while not amazing, is decent. If you put all three together, you're paying 5 mana. You're getting a 1/1 with 3/+1 counters on it. So that's a 4/4. That can you're getting a 4/4 first strike that you can regenerate for 3 life for 5 mana. I think that mode is actually really acceptable. Its base mode is meh. You put both kickers together, I think most people would be. I shouldn't say most people. I think a lot of people would be okay with that. I think playing one mode, you'd be okay. You really want both. Manacles of Decay. You can slowly kill a creature this way. This kind of wants to be like. This is Dega pacifism. But trying to find a reason to play all three colors. Honestly, you're playing white. Run your Swords to Plowshares, run your Path to Exiles, run your Arrest variants, etc., etc. You're playing black, you have Murder, you're playing red. My common go-tos, no pun intended, are like Fissure, Lava Flow, and Aftershock. Once you start going beyond just common, you have access to other fun stuff. You got all the Warp World variants and Chaos Warp and all that sort of jazz. I really wouldn't bother with that. Orm's Thunder, one more than Disenchant, but if you kicked it, they take damage. Yeah. Yeah, Manacles of Decay is, like, in a draft format, it'd be fine. But I would still try and pass on them. Orm's Thunder, on the other hand, I don't mind paying an extra mana for a Disenchant effect if it also gives me more options. This gives me more options. You add an additional red and the controller takes damage. Like, you throw this at, let's see, what's playable? Wow, I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Mana value greater than 4. Oh, Mirror Enforcer. Okay, there's one. Yeah, you aim at a Mirror Enforcer and they take 7 damage. You blow up the creature and they take 7 in the process. I don't see that as a terrible thing. Spectral Lynx. I saw Spectral Lynx, and what went through my head when I saw the card initially, like way back in the day, 20 plus years ago, was because Helionaut was in the same set, you never really had to run black mana sources. You could run Helionaut in addition. And it's got protection from green and it can regenerate. And it was a 2 power creature for 2 mana. I used to love this thing. I think if I like if I were to be, I would still play this now. My problem with this card simply boils down to having the right kind of deck to put it in. It's a good creature, especially considering it's got protection from green, which is one of the most powerful colors in Commander. But I'm like, I need to be playing a black-white deck that wants a 2/1 that can regenerate. It's a cat spirit. If it had just stuck with the creature type that it had, it would have made it in my 3 tickets to the zoo please deck. Because creature type cat. It eventually got errated to cat spirit. And suddenly I'm like, I can't play this now. I can't play this in that deck. Why? Because it's now a spirit. It needs to be an animal, not something that's beyond a basic animal. Here it comes. It's like one of those cards that you really want to be able to play. Thank you. One of those cards you really want to play, you just have to find a good home for it. I don't have a good home for it. Where am I going to play it? I don't know. Especially since I have this list of decks that I've already got figured out how, what concept I'm going to build it around. Like, what am I going to do with it? I'm not building a deck like that, though. Like, again, that sends you here. You take a look at anything that's black plus blue plus something that I haven't sketched out yet. Actual Orzhov wants me to be exiling stuff. That doesn't help. This is Kalia's Angels, which is a deck that I had physically put together. And I just had to unload some pieces, so I have to bring it back up. Abzan is Abzan Life. That doesn't really fit the life theme, i.e., gaining. Think like a Johnny's Pride Mate and Soul Sisters and stuff of that kind of nature. And then like reasons for actually having, for actually gaining the life, life payments and so forth. Spectral Links doesn't fit that. Uh, Non-blue. I mean, I could put an in there, but it doesn't feel right. Uh, Non-red. none of those, like, it's not one of these categories, which are basically all enchantments that can become creatures. Uh, Non-green, it's not doing anything taxing based. So I'm like, what do I do? I would have to come up with another deck type, and I'm not against that. I just have to be aware. I'd have to create another deck list just for Spectral Links. The problem then becomes, what if Spectral Links doesn't end up being something that's suitable for the deck that I'm building because of it? Incidentally, I think all the disciples have like the same suite of abilities. Like if you look at the activated ability, the red ability here is +2/+0, +2/+0. Yeah. Uh, Black is -2/-0. Green is 1 mana of any color. Green is 1 mana of any color. White is prevent 1 damage. White is prevent 1 damage. Blue is flying. Blue is flying. Black is -2/-0. Yeah. So all the disciples are 1 mana 1/1s with activate abilities of the 2 opposing colors that cost 1 mana of each. Like 1 mana, 1 red mana tap to do this one, or 1 green tap to do this one, or whatever the two opposing colors are. And if it has this color of ability, it has this ability. So Seta, just like Dega, the red activate ability +2/+0. The red activate ability of Seta Disciple is +2/+0. Green tap 1 mana of any color. You almost might as well just have it be like Reef Shaman. Set Evolver, 2 mana 1/1. Red kicker cost 2+1 counters and first strike. Green kicker cost 1+1 counter and trample. Alright, so with red, you're looking at 4 mana for a 3/3 first strike, which is not terrible, especially since you're using blue as a base. Green kicker, you're looking at 3 mana for 2/2 trample. Okay. Both, you're looking at 5 mana for a 1, 2, 3, 4 for a 4/4 first strike trample. Yes, you're in 3 colors, but 5 mana for a 4/4 first strike trample is actually pretty good. And first strike and trample, like first strike and trample separately, tend to combo pretty well with other abilities to be really dangerous. First strike and trample on the same card is just they start getting dumb. Either of those in combination with Death Touch, let's not have that discussion. A fully kicked Set Evolver that somehow got Death Touch, yeah, game over. Jilt. It's an unsummoned for an extra mana. honestly, it's for the time it was printed, it wasn't bad. For the time it was printed, it wasn't bad. Jilt is basically unsummon for an extra mana. But if you pay the red kicker cost, it deals 2 damage to something else. So you can uh, eliminate 2 creatures for 4 mana. One going back to hand, the other getting hit for 2 damage. It's not, it's not great, but it's playable. And again, if your opponent is spending, where I could like one concept wise, one place I can see this is like against a card like Murmuring Mystic. Murmuring Mystic being 4 mana to cast. If they wait to cast it so they can play another spell once it's in play, this is where you go, okay, I spend 4 mana, spend the Mystic back to your hand, and kill the bird that you made. It's not bad. Living Airship, um, I kind of saw this a little bit the same way I saw like Helionaut. It's an okay size. Um, sorry, well, kind of like how I saw Helionaut and kind of how I saw, more like how I saw Spectral Lynx. Uh, because you never needed to run the second color to get the off color ability. More so in blue than in white. White really only had Helionaut for the longest time to do any color filtering. Um, Blue had color changing effects like Reef Shaman and, and other stuff that allowed you to, I tap this creature or whatever, and I change this thing's land type till end of turn. Cool. I had something that wasn't on. It's now forced till end of turn. Okay, yeah, I can regenerate. I don't have to run another color. You can. You don't have to. And it's a 2/3 flyer, which is a reasonable size. Um, I would be I would be more apt to want to play with Ghost Ship first, though. That being said, you are in at least Simic, and Ghost Ship does require like triple blue to. It does require triple blue to regenerate. It is a slightly better creature in terms of stats. 2/4 flyer for 4, but it's also double blue plus 2 rather than single blue plus 3. This is a little easier on your mana base. Um, I I I I don't see a great spot for this because the other thing is if you want to be able to regenerate, there are ways of giving your creatures regeneration that are going to be more cost effective than this ability here. Granted, you're talking about using a second card to do so. But I mean, there's regeneration. There's also indestructible, uh, and similar abilities. Or there's flicker effects. You're in blue. Flicker is not an unreasonable ask. I'm kind of meh on Living Airship. I thought it was cool and fun back in the day. I just don't see a good spot for it. Whirlpool Warrior. This is the card that I saw when I went through the list of cards that are in Apocalypse that are at the top of the list. This is the first card that I saw, like the most commonly played card that I saw, where I'm like, this is a commander card. This is a card that people play because of commander. Oh boy. My browser just crashed. Restore. That's weird. Huh. Are we still good here? Okay. That's okay, good. Alright, yeah. That was weird. My one of my browsers just like crashed. No idea what happened there. Anyway, uh yeah, this is the first card that I saw that I specifically said this is a commander card. And I had to go like 10ish card deeps, 10ish cards deep because like um the first few I forget what else was in the top, but it was like Phyrexian Arena and like all five pain lands, which we'll get to in a bit, and like a couple other cards, and I'm like, these will see play in a bunch of places. And this is the first card that to me said, no, 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 this is a commander card. People play this, people want this card because of commander. Not because of legacy, not because of modern, not because of, this, that, whatever. No, no, they want this for commander specifically. 3 mana, 2/2 comes into play. Shuffle your again back to the whirlpool mechanic. Shuffle your hand back in and draw that many cards. Pay a red and sack it. Each player shuffles their hand back in and draws that many cards. This is, again, you combine this with a card like Lifeline, and you can end up going through. You can end up going through so many cards that way. Whirlpool Rider. I think I covered that in blue itself. Yeah, Whirlpool Rider. Yeah, it's the most commonly played mono blue card from Apocalypse. Whirlpool Drake is also there. Whirlpool Drake is the one I was thinking of going combo shenanigans with. Yep. But yeah, so there's like 3 Whirlpool cards in the same set, and all have a similar ability. It's just to different extremes. Drake and Warrior I like for like constantly, recycling your hand and whatever. Uh, Black Desolation Angel. It's an angel, 5 mana, 5/4 flyer. Comes into play, you blow up all your lands, but if you pay the additional double white, you blow up all lands instead. Cat Invocation. What do you look like? Oh, that's cool. I like that. Anyway, yeah, distracted thrills distracted. But yeah, like if you don't plan on blowing up lands, don't run Desolation Angel. Because when it comes into play, if you didn't pay the kicker cost, you're losing all your lands. To make it actually worth playing, you have to assume it's double white, double black, +3. And then you get Armageddon. So be aware of that. Mournful Zombie. Um, the first time that I think we actually saw a zombie that didn't feel mono black has white activated ability. Target player gains life. Even gives us the feeling of being being like basically being a cleric. There we go. That's better. It's really annoying when stuff like this happens and it's like, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And crash. Anywho, let's try and get through this quickly. Because it's a little later than I wanted it to be. But, oh well. Anyway, um, yeah, Cat, like, once you bypass Apocalypse, Cat's like the next time that I remember seeing that we really get zombies that can heal. Kind of. Sort of. But this is the first time this is the first time I remember seeing zombies that had any sort of actual healing capability. Um, you're playing Black White Zombies, you probably have reason to play this. Although, no, probably. You can probably find better options, and we'll get to that. Necro Disciple, again, you know, black with green and white activations, green filtering mana. This actually makes more sense here than it does for the Seta Disciple. Uh, White preventing damage to any target. Again, not an ability that you're typically going to see. So I would be okay with a card like this. Um, Assuming that these are a bit, that you at least want the white ability. Again, this also goes back to the entire question of how relevant is damage prevention for your deck. If you're just doing it for filtering mana, find something else. There's lands that can do that for you. There's artifacts that can do that for you, etc., etc. You can even find Vesper Ghoul. 3 mana 1/1, which doesn't sound amazing. Tap, pay a life, add 1 mana of any color. It's basically mana confluence on a 3 mana 1/1, which doesn't sound great, but you're playing mono, it is a black card that you can get any color out of. Knack Revolver, 3 mana 2/2. Back then, that was actually acceptable. Green kicker, 2+1/+1 counters and trample, which makes it into a 4/4 trample for 5 mana, which was not bad. White kicker, +1/+1 counter and triggered lifelink. So it's a 4 mana for a 3/3 with triggered lifelink, which which is actually pretty decent. Combine the two, you get 6 mana for a 2/2 4/4. You get a 5/5. 6 mana for 5/5 trample with triggered lifelink, which is, I think that's actually pretty decent. Again, I think most people would consider that playable. Quagmire Druid, you know, pay green, tap, sack a creature, destroy target. Basically, your demystify. Okay. Quagmire Druid basically turns your creatures into demystify. It's almost like it tries to be a spell shaper, but instead of losing cards from your hand, you're losing creatures. But green and black tend to have a lot of sacrificial creatures they're willing to just toss at stuff. Again, the penumbras and symbiotics, your various why can't I think of what you're called? Like your Doom Traveler variants. There's a lot of creatures that when they die do stuff like that. Desolation Giant. Again, same concern with the Desolation Angel. However, this is more likely to have an ability that you actually want. For 4 mana, you get a 3/3 that when it comes into play, all your creatures die. But if you pay the double white kicker, it blows up all other creatures instead. I think this might be okay if you've got something along the lines of Eldrazi Monument in play to give your guys indestructible. And then you can look at this at, a 4 mana 3/3 giant. Meh. Well, at that point, because of Eldrazi Monument, it'll be a 4 mana 4/4. And if you pay the double white kicker, you blow up all creatures your opponents control. Okay. We can make that work. Illuminate. X damage to target creature. I've never been fond of that. But for an extra 3 mana, one of which has to be red, you can also deal that much damage to the creature's controller. And if you pay the additional 4 mana kicker, one of which has to be blue, you can draw that many cards. The problem is to be able to use the second kicker at all. You're paying 5 mana plus X. So let's say you were to do it for 3. You're paying 8 mana for 3 damage to a creature and draw 3 cards. If you were to go and pay everything, 1 plus 3 plus 4. Well, 1 plus 3 is 4, so 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 mana plus X. which means to do this for 3, you need 11 mana, 3 damage to a creature, 3 to the creature's controller, and draw 3 cards. Eh? Illuminated has never been a card that I've been. It just felt way too expensive to do anything useful. Kev Glider. You can probably get away without playing Kavu Glider in a Kavu tribal deck. Honestly. 3 mana for a 2/1. Remember, your base is like Grey Ogre, which is 3 mana for a 2/2. For every white you pump into it, it increases its toughness by a point. Pay a blue to give it flying till end of turn. You're pretty much only going to use this maybe once a turn cycle. Maybe twice. Realistically, probably only once. This you're more likely to actually, the white ability you're more likely to actually use. Honestly, you can probably find much better. Rocket Disciple, again, 1 mana, 1/1. White ability, prevent a damage. Blue ability, give flying. Rocket Disciple is the kind of card where you want, I think it was Tundra Kavu we were looking at earlier. Yeah, target land becomes a plains or an island until end of turn. You have a Tundra Kavu in play, suddenly you can activate Rocket Disciple without having anything else. Not saying you should, I'm saying it's an option. But again, is preventing damage relevant? Target creature gains flying till end of turn? No, you can. I mean, my mono green deck, and green does not like flying, is running. Where are you here? Like Towering Viewpoint and Predator Flagship. You know, which is Towering Viewpoint, 3 mana artifact, or sorry, 2 mana artifact creature, 0/4. 3 tap, target creature gains flying till end of turn. Compare blue tap, which means I have to run another color. No, and it's blue tap, which means you can only do it once per turn cycle, barring additional ways to untap it, compared to Towering Viewpoint, where it's just I pump mana in and make more creatures fly. Don't bother with Rocket Disciple. The Volver, on the other hand, again, we start off with a Grey Ogre. The White Kicker gives it 2+1/+1 counters and triggered lifelink, which makes it into a 4/4 with triggered lifelink for 5 mana, which is not bad. The blue kicker gives it +1/+1 and flying, so suddenly you're paying 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer, which is decent. Put it all together, you're paying 6 mana across 3 colors. But 6 mana for a 2/2, 4/4, 5. 6 mana for a 5/5 flyer with triggered lifelink. That seems kind of playable. I mean, especially in limited. Like, definitely in limited. That's, like, insane. But even without that, 6 mana for a 5/5 with triggered lifelink. One of the big things about Volvers is their flexibility. You know, being able to just play it however you want. You know, what's useful at what point. Alright. Wild Research. Wild research is I think wild research I would be most likely to play using its blue ability because it allows me to tutor up instance and then discard a card at random. How you handle that is cards, running cards that you don't mind if they go to the graveyard. And a good example of this would be like Think Twice or uh oh, what do you call it? Not Mystic Speculation. Damn it. Why can I not remember the name of you? Mystical Teachings. Because the big thing about a card like Mystical Teachings is it's got a flashback. If it's in your graveyard, you can make use of it. Hey, Zero. Enchantments that can do that, you're probably looking at stuff that has escape. You really want something that if it ends up in your graveyard, you're not unhappy. Because regardless of what you're searching for, you're going to be discarding a card at random, and you may end up discarding the card that you just searched up. So you have to be willing to use that as a, you have to be able to do that in such a way that you're not completely unhappy if it ends up getting pitched. Anna Disciple, again, blue activate ability, target creature thing, yeah. Target creature gains flying till end of turn, black activate ability, -2, -0, till end of turn. Again, not fond of the blue activate ability. I get it. I just even ancient stuff like I would rather have like flying carpet for something like that. The black activate ability, again, if I'm having to worry about somebody playing, infect or creatures with double strike or something like that, that -2 ends up being huge. The Anavolver. 4 mana for 3/3. Again, your typical starting point back then. It's blue kicker. 2+1/+1 counters and flying, which makes it into a 5/5 flyer for 6, which is not which is not terrible. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. As black kicker makes it into a 4/4 flyer with, again, being able to regenerate for 3 life. Again, not terrible. Combine it all together, you're paying 7 mana, you get a 6/6 flyer that can regenerate. Which I think would be on par with a lot of dragons, let's be honest. And because it can regenerate, granted 3 life to do so, but it's a 6/6 flyer that can tangle with a lot of the invasion. Like, it'll tangle with the invasion era dragons and can win because, it regenerates. So that's saying something. Savage Gorilla. Savage Gorilla I always thought was hilarious. 5 mana for a 3/3. Again, your starting point at that point was like 4 mana for a 3/3. Especially when it only requires a single colored mana. Um, you pay an extra mana if you want to have some cool ability attached. Okay. Pay blue, black, tap, and sack the gorilla. Target creature gets -3/-3 till end of turn. Draw a card. I mean, one could make the argument back then that the reason that you drew the card was because it had blue black activate abilities. Nowadays, you could probably make that like green green tap and sack because it's, because card draw being attached to green is the thing that happens. Although if you're doing green green, it would probably be target creature gets +3/+3 till end of turn. That being said, uh, yeah, um, I think I considered this for 3 tickets to the zoo. Um, because it actually does quite a bit for what I'm looking for my decks. I don't think I end up running it. No, I did not. But it was certainly in consideration. I had to go through a lot of cards. I think I went through like 1,200 cards or something like that, trying to find you know animals that fit the deck, and I finally trimmed it down to like 50 for the deck. Pretty sure this was on the list of options that I was trying to, because I basically went through every page and chose like 3 creatures per page and add up with like 120 creatures or thereabouts, 115, 120 creatures. And from there, I had to cut down to the ones I was actually going to play. I think this may have made the original cut. Strength of Knight. Are you playing zombies? Are you playing green in your zombie deck? You should run this. It is that simple. You are paying 3 mana for +1/+1, 4 mana to make your zombies +3/+3 at instant speed. You're playing zombies and you're playing green. You run this. You put it in. There's a reason. Yeah, just do it. Urborg Elf. This is like the first incarnation of cards like Noble Hierarch. You have Noble Hierarch, and Ignoble Hierarch, and this is the first time we did it for a wedge, I think. Yeah, you're playing these 3 colors, and you're playing elves. I would just slot this in. You know, are you playing these 3 colors and you want some kind of excel? Yeah, because this comes down a turn before your Manalith variants. Just do it. Okay. Alright. 42. I'm going to only go through the first couple of rows here. Um, yeah, Flowstone Charger. This is a 2/5 that attacks as a 5/2. You do not play this in a deck that runs a card like Yishin because this will attack and will be dead. And I don't think this is, honestly, I don't think this is really worth playing. You want this to be one or the other. I don't think I would play it. I'll be honest. There's a reason it's at the bottom, and I don't. I get it. Minotaur Illusionist. 5 mana for a 3/4. 2 mana, give it Shroud to end a turn. Okay. Pay red and sack it. Damage equal to its power to target creature. Okay. You throw some pump spells on it, which can be blue because, as I've realized, doing even the commons only decks. Yeah, that's a thing you could do. You can run Lead and Fists and a bunch of other stuff. Um, what was it? Cunning, I think it was called. Um, Unstable Mutation and its variants. You know, there's a few ways to pump it. Of course, red has got its brute force and monstrous rage and all that jazz. You can get it to a healthy size and then sack it to kill something else. Basically, attack, you know, attack, do a bunch of damage this way, and then sack it and kill that. Fungal Shambler. That was the pre-release promo because back then they gave us the same pre-release promo for every, like everyone got the same pre-release promo. And so you were told you could not play that in your sealed deck because everyone had the same pre-release promo. And then once they turned around and gave us different, like, once they turned around and said, hey, by the way, the pre-release promo can be like any rare or mythic from the set, they changed that rule. Anyway, yeah, 7 mana for a 6/4 trample. Whenever it deals damage to an opponent, you draw a card, and that opponent discards a card. You drain a card from them, basically. Yeah, okay. Fungus Beast. I mean, if you're playing Fungus Tribal, sure. It's an option. But yeah, um, Fungo Shambler. Yeah, it's an okay creature. I mean, it would probably cost one less mana these days or be a 6/6, but yeah, it can do things. Night and Day. It's it's black side night. Target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Okay, not completely unreasonable for 1 black. It's not great, but it's fine. It's an instant. Day 1 white, 2 other instant. Target creatures target player controls get +1/+1 till end of turn. Keep in mind it says target player, so again, you can use this, during combat or whatever, and pump somebody else's creatures. You want to help kill off an opponent? Okay, here you go. Do not forget about the possibility of politics. Martyr's Tomb. 1 black, 1 white, 2 other enchantment. Pay 2 life, prevent the next damage to be dealt to target creature this turn. So basically, you're sacrificing your life to keep creatures alive. there's a few ways to make that work. Um, Again, you're looking at a 40 life format, so you have some flexibility there. You probably can use this like 5 or 6 times before it starts becoming a bit awkward. But most relevantly, how important is damage prevention? If it's important to your deck, it might be worth a consideration. Putrid Warrior, Zombie Soldier Warrior. This commonly attacked as a 3/3 for 2 that also dealt a damage to you. But if you're taking 1 but you're hitting for 3 and it's a 2-drop, that's a fair trade. And yeah, you would probably do that now if you're looking at an aggressive an aggressive black white deck. This is actually not unreasonable. Also, I also will point out it says whenever this creature deals damage, not when it deals combat damage. Uh, so having it with something like you know, Viridian Longbow or something of that nature. Is an option. Ebony Tree Folk. 3 mana for a 3/3, and you can pay black green to give it +1/+1 to basically the shade ability for black green. Um, yeah, are you playing Tree Folk and you're playing at least black green? You're probably playing like Doran the Siege Tower. Yeah, I would be, especially if I'm looking at less, less dollar intensive options. It's a 16 cent, like it's even at a lot of LGSs, it's going to be like a quarter. Sure, I'll pick that up. Illusion and Reality. Reality is 3 mana to destroy target artifact, which is a lot, let's be honest, because now, to be fair, it would be a little longer still until they gave us Naturalize. I can't remember if it's Odyssey block or Onslaught block. Within about the next year and a half of when this came out anyway. Illusion, target spell or permanent becomes the color of your choice until end of turn. It's okay. It doesn't do anything. I'm not thrilled with it. Like, both options are playable. I'm just not enthused with either one. Goblin Legionnaire. 2 mana for a 2/2, basically just like the Putrid Warrior. Pay red and sack it to do 2 damage to any target. Pay white and sack it, prevent the next 2 damage. More realistically, this is going to be a slightly more expensive Ember Hauler. 2 red for a 2/2, pay 1 and sack it, 2 damage to any target. Red white, pay a red sack it, 2 damage to any target. This is basically a slightly worse Goblin Legionnaire that has an extra option that's really going to be used. But I mean, it's still fine. Consume strength. This is your black green removal / giant growth option. I shrink you and I am bigging you at the same time. If you have, a 3/3 against a 2/2, the 3/3, let's say somebody's attacking with a 3/3 and you're blocking with a 2/2. You consume strength, you're like, okay. The 3/3 gets -2/-2, and the 2/2 gets +2/+2. It's now going to be a 4/4, a 1/1 against a 4/4, and be like, well, crap. For them to be even, one has like you're looking at you're looking for you're looking for you're looking at a power toughness swing of +4/+4. If there's less than that difference, one is just going to like engulf the other. Yavimai's Embrace. Around this point, we were still more or less looking at control magic being, or thereabouts, being about right. So you're looking at 2 blue plus 2 for control magic. Let's say 2 blue plus 3, because we were starting to figure out that it was a bit much, but so that leaves 2 left over. So green plus 2 to give the creature +2/+2 and trample. Does not feel completely out of line. And stealing your opponent's creature. Yeah. 7 mana, it sounds like a lot. It's mostly there to steal the opposing creature. Not likely to be played. That being said, if you have a way to duplicate enchantments, like the way you can, like clone-ish effects that work with enchantments, Yavimai's Embrace, like, if you do that every turn, you start stealing your opponent's creatures and making an army, but it's a bigger army in the process. Have fun. Gaia Skyfolk, there's a cycle of these, basically 2 opposing colors with relevant creature types. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong ones. Oh. They're not from this set. They're from another set. Oh. Are you just... I see it. Okay. Sorry. This is a different cycle that confused me, because I did not realize these were part of a cycle. So, Putrid Warrior is black-white. Goblin Legionnaire is white-red. Razorfin Hunter, which is down here, is red-blue. Gaia Skyfolk is blue-green. And then Llanowar Dead is green-black. And these are all 2 mana 2/2s with some ability. Gaia Skyfolk, it simply gets flying. It's fine. I mean, it's not anything crazy, but it's a 2 mana 2/2 flyer, which at that point was not exactly the easiest thing to pin down, because we'd pretty much gotten used to, over the last couple, the last 4 or 5 years that a 1/1 flyer for 1 mana was a bit too good. It would be a bit longer until we actually got our first new 1 mana 1/1 flyer in Suntail Hawk. We'd slowly get back there. But a 1 mana 1/1 flyer was a big deal. They gave us a 2 mana 2/2 flyer. Yes, it cost 2 different colors, but a 2 mana 2/2 flyer was kind of a big deal. Especially when one of the colors is not known for flying. That's basically where the size came from. Uh, Alright, artifacts. There's only 6. We'll go through them quickly. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, basically, do you have at least 4 basic land types? Cool. Take 3. You have too many land types. Take damage. Really, it only really hits anyone that's playing 5 color. Oh yeah, sorry. Gaia Skyfolk? Yeah, Gaia Skyfolk would have been great at that point. Dodecapod. Yeah, so realistically, Mask of Intolerance mostly just hits anyone that's playing 5 color. Other than that, it's not really worth it. Dodecapod is somebody else making you discard this? It comes into play as a 5/5. Eh? I mean, 4 mana 5/5s. I mean, they might be a bit more difficult when you're looking at colorless. But add colored mana symbols, and suddenly it's not it's not terribly difficult. I'm pretty sure you can do that by now in white and green. Black probably with a bit of pain, like additional cost sack a creature or something. Red with a bit of pain. Blue might be the toughest one, but yeah. Emblazoned Golem. Essentially, this has got Sunburst. This basically has a Sunburst kicker of X. And for each color that you spent to pay its kicker cost, it gets a +1 counter. So, you pay 2 to cast it as a 1/2. So you're casting Squire. But for each color that you pay in addition to that initial 2, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Which means you top out at 7 mana, 4, 6, 7. I can do better at common. Really. I can even do better than that I can do better than that at common and still keep the same creature type. Don't bother. Legacy weapon. Are you playing 5 color? This gives you a way to just it's Wilberg, so one of each color, but exile target permanent. This is a colorless source. That is very occasionally relevant. It's an activated ability. It's not a spell. And if you're ever worried about milling out, again, another card to save you from milling out. It'll get shuffled back into your deck. Brass Herald. This is basically trying to do like enlistment, officer, etc. for the creature type that you choose when it enters. And but then it also creatures of the chosen type get +1/+1. So for tribal decks that don't really have a lot of options for lords, this is actually a solid card. I mean, it's a golem, so of course it's solid. It's made of brass, somewhat solid, semi-solid. Dragon Arch. Are you playing multicolored cards? Are you playing with multicolored creatures? You play this. 5 to cast, 2 tap. You may put a multicolored creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Cheating stuff into play is always fun, especially when king drop dragons at instant speed. Last one, land. Your 5 pain lands. They're basically all the same. If you have them or have access to them, play them. Oh, okay. Fine, won't let me do that. Okay, still won't let me do that. Alright. But you can pick up Llanowar Waste. You can pick up a version of that for under $1. You have Maya Coast you can get for under $1. Battlefield Fjords you can get for under $1. Shivan Reef you can get for under $1. Caves of Quellos you can get for under $1. They can all be picked up cheap if you want a decent land that can enter untapped and tap for 1 or 2 colors. The invasion pain lands are actually pretty decent. And then quickly, Odyssey for next week. Might be Diabolic Tutor. Might be Diabolic Tutor. Might be Dustmate. I'll come back to you on that one. Anyway, I am done. It is about half an hour, at least a good half an hour later than I expected it to be. Let's just take a quick zoom over this. I am curious now. Actually, no. Give me set number. There. That's better. Anything interesting? Oh yeah, Tezzeret I know I'm going to want a copy of when that comes out, but not at that price. I basically just... eh, yeah, Odyssey is a... Yeah, Odyssey is a card, is a word that's difficult for a lot of people to spell, so don't worry about it. Actually, you know what? Just for curiosity's sake, what commons are in this set? Banishing Light, I don't remember. Oh no, it already is legal. Starfighter Pilot, 3 mana 2/2, whenever it becomes tapped, surveil 1. That's commonly going to be whenever it attacks. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature and opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. You may pay this from you. You may cast this card from your hand from its warp cost. Exile this. Oh! So pay 3 now. Get its common replayability. That's interesting. And then you pay 6 to get the whole thing later, I guess. When it enters Surveil 2, that's not bad. 3 mana, draw 2, lose 2 if non-land permanent left the battlefield or spell was warped this turn. Embrace Oblivion. And for Pauper, that's... I'm not seeing anything yet that jumps out at me. If non-land permanent left the battlefield. Oh, that's cute. Insatiable Skittermaw. 3 mana 2/2 with menace is not terrible. At the beginning of your end step, relevantly, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn. So basically, if, what was it, raid or whatever it is? No, not raid. Raid is if you attacked. Morbid. If morbid, +1/+1 counter. That might actually be playable. You may choose an online card. Temporal intervention might actually be a thing. That might actually... This could actually become a... This could actually end up being Thoughtseize. Yeah, no, not, I mean, yes, but no. I get it. It's just some of the stuff ends up being, like if you think about, like the blue serpents, they're like 7 mana. If you just went by mana value, nobody would pay attention to them. So it's like it's 7 mana, but it finds a way to get cheaper. Or there are some that are like the was it whatever Altasaur, Annoyed Altasaur or whatever, where it's like you're casting it fairly, you're just getting a big benefit out of it. So I it's not an unreasonable starting point, but you can't ignore the stuff that's got a higher mana value because there's going to be times when it's worth actually playing it, even if you're having to quote unquote cast it fairly. Create a lander token at the beginning of the next 10 steps, sack that token. Oh, oh, that's so cool. It's a 4/3 with menace. When it enters, you make a token that you basically pay to tap and sack the token for rampant growth. I don't know if that's going to be good enough for Pauper. I know I'll have an interest in it. Red Tiger Mechan. Three. Okay. It's a 3/3 with haste for 4. That you can. Oh. You kind of get it as Lightning Strike, and then you can cast it from exile later. Galactic Wayfarer. Okay. Yeah, this is trying to be like Civic Wayfinder and stuff like that. Shattered Wings, I think we've. No, we haven't seen that before, but we've seen similar stuff. Yep. Chrome Companion. A few people have been talking about that, but I don't think it's good enough for Pauper play. Yeah. When it enters Servo 2, tap. Yeah. This is gonna be kind of like the, what's that one creature that's like tap 3 untapped creature slash land slash whatever and put a +1/+1 counter on it? It's a white creature. This is going to be kind of like that. Command Bridge is a better, like the lands have got mana costs. This is a better version of that effect. I'm going to want a bunch of command bridges for various stacks. Yeah, yeah, that's going to be because I often like I'd be comparing it to things like I see this, I call this a land with a mana cost. But command bridge, you can tap a land or you could tap a creature or something else. It's the same idea, but more options. I like this. I'm gonna want a bunch of these. I'm probably gonna want like 10 of them. this will this might end up being the most requested common in the set. Anyway, I am gonna call it for the night. I will see you guys next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. Bye.